just the way it is. And we know that. And you see it in real estate, you see it in equities, you see it in different things. So we're well prepared to be able to meet whatever gets thrown our way. I mentioned the debt repayment. We started this program, and I want to thank Senator Albritton and the Senate that really embraced this. When this budget's in, with the amount that we're going to be able to dedicate to accelerate the debt repayment and save you a lot of money in the process, we will have retired almost 50% of Florida's total debt over a 180-year period just since I've been governor. That is really good. That's what we should be doing. The budget also includes $250 million on an annual basis to continue the momentum and continuing to really make a difference on that. If you look at the amount that you would owe if you took the U.S. federal $37+ trillion debt and every American citizen had to pay an equal share to retire that debt, your share as an American citizen would be over $105,000 per citizen. If by some reason you needed to retire the Florida debt, the share for each Florida resident would be about $400. And so that's a much different scenario that we're looking at than Washington. And so I think that momentum will continue, and I'm really glad about that. On taxes, there's about $2 billion in tax cuts in this package that I'm going to sign alongside the budget. As I said, the property tax, at the end of the day, to be meaningful, really needs to go on the ballot because the state does not levy property taxes. That's done by your local governments, and that's how our Florida's Constitution was designed. So that is, we're going to work very hard on that. Don't let any of these elected officials give you any excuses to why we can't do this. We can do it, and so you should make sure you're holding all of your reps and senators accountable to be on board with giving you a chance basically to vote. Because none of this can happen unless the Florida voters approve it next year. So that's kind of the big thing, the big enchilada that we're working on. But for this year, $2 billion. I think that's the second most Florida's ever done in tax relief in a given year. We did $2.5 billion a couple years ago. I think we did almost $2 billion in current year. One of the things we've done that the legislature's done, which I think was really smart, we do these back-to-school tax holidays. We do disaster prep tax holidays. And it's like they'll do, we're going to enact it this year and then this, and it's not permanently in law. And one of the things that happened was they didn't do the budget at the end of the regular session in May. It drug out another 45 days. Well, guess what? We normally have disaster preparedness starts when hurricane season, right before hurricane season starts in June. So they didn't have this done, so people didn't get to be able to get that. So both back to school and disaster prep are now permanent tax holidays in Florida. And so disaster prep, those items that have already been earmarked, you can buy them whenever you want. We're not going to limit it to certain dates. And then back to school, I think it's the entire month of August now is eligible for back to school. So all those back to school supplies, zero tax in the month of August. And that's a part of permanent Florida law now. So families don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about you be able to get those savings. Those savings are going to be there. The legislature has also done something that I've been asking for many years, and that's eliminating a tax that only Florida has of all 50 states, and that's taxing business rent. It's not good for our economy. It's not good for business growth. And so that tax is being sunsetted. And again, how many times do you hear of governments eliminating a tax? Like normally these taxes grow. So thanks for doing that. I think that that's well intended. And then thank you also for heeding my call to deliver a Second Amendment tax holiday. And so firearms, ammunition, accoutrement, as well as other outdoor items like fishing and bow hunting and things are going to be tax-free from September 8th until December 31st of this year. So you're going to be able to do very well. We've also been able to continue building on our success on teacher salary increases. This budget increases our pot for teacher pay increases by over $100 million, so it's close to $1.4 billion. We did $1.25 billion last year, and we got to continue to do more. But what we did, and I think we started this probably 4 or 5 years ago, people say, oh, we need more money for education. Well, then what happens is the state sends money to these school districts, and a lot of it gets eaten up by bureaucracy. And so the money it wasn't going to the classroom, like they weren't putting an emphasis on teacher pay. And so the money that we have a special item in the budget. The school districts can only use this $1.38 billion. They can only use it to increase teacher salaries. They can't use it for anything else. So this way, you're handcuffing them and making them do that. And that also applies to not just at our school districts, but also our charter school teachers. And so the Villages charter here, other charters that have done really, really well. And, consistent with that, we actually were able to get through on the budget. It didn't succeed during the regular session. We got an overhaul to our Schools of Hope program. So you're going to have groups, like there's a group in New York City, Success Academy, and they've been able to do very well in New York City, which is very tough because the unions want to kill charter schools up there, and the elected officials are negative. They're going to be able to go in the most dire areas of Florida and open up these schools and potentially change people's lives for the better. And I know that was something that was potentially very meaningful that kind of fell off the radar at the end of the regular session, but I'm glad we were able to work with the legislature to get that through in this extended session. School funding. Even though we're paying down debt, reducing spending overall, cutting taxes, this budget provides a record amount of funding in per pupil spending for our K through 12 schools. So that's showing, and I'm not one that says, oh, if you just spend more, you're going to do better, because some of the worst performing schools in this country, like Washington, D.C. and Chicago, have massive amounts of per pupil spending. I don't think a lot of that spending goes to actually help the pupils, but it goes, and a lot of it helps the school unions. So I'm not one saying end all be all, but I also think that, this does allow them to continue the momentum. For example, when I became governor, there was an emphasis on grading schools based on these high stakes end of year tests. And on the one hand, you got to have accountability, you got to measure progress, and if a school's doing well, they need to be told they're doing well, and you need to know they're an A school. If a school's failing, we need to know they're failing, and there needs to be remediation. But was one end of year test the best way to do it? So we replaced that high stakes testing model with something called progress monitoring. So there are smaller tests that take place over the course of a year, but then they have immediate feedback to the schools, the teachers, and to the parents. And if you think about it, you study for the test. I remember during COVID, it was like when COVID first came, they're like, well, there's no reason for these kids to be, people were telling me, no reason for the kids to be in school the rest of that 2020 year, because all they're going to do is spend a couple weeks studying for the end of year tests. And I'm like, well, you're teaching to the test, so is that really, progress monitoring is really testing the knowledge that you're accumulating. And if you take an end of year test and then you don't do well, well, you're on summer vacation by the time you get the results. So there's not going to be any real remediation. Now you're able to do it. We got the results that was, I think we put it out last week, or our Department of Education put it out. Really great results on progress monitoring, and you're seeing increased performance as a result of that. So that's really important, and we're going to measure success. We want to make sure we're holding people accountable. The other thing the budget does is it continues our emphasis on teaching American civics in our schools, particularly K through 12 schools. So we've emphasized this from the time I was governor, and I think what we've found is, one, there's certain things that do need to be taught. So you got to teach the Declaration, you got to teach the Federalist Papers, you got to teach the Federal Convention and the Bill of Rights and some of the stuff that's happened since then, all important, and then what led into the American Revolution, some of the ideas that the Founding Fathers relied upon, whether it was Enlightenment thinking, whether it was Judeo-Christian tradition, whether it was things like English common law, which is really big to them and is still something that underpins our legal system. You need to know all that. But in order to do that, you got to have teachers that understand this and that are well versed in it. And honestly, it's through no fault of a lot of you go to a lot of colleges now, they're not going to teach very much about the founding of this country. It's viewed as passé. It doesn't fulfill their ideological agenda. And so that's kind of that stuff falling out of favor. Now in Florida, we're pushing in the opposite direction, our universities too, but the reality is you can go through a lot of universities in this country and not come out with a very good understanding of what it means to be an American or what are the foundations for this country. So we created the Civic Seal of Excellence program. We created a 50-hour course. Well, I mean, we didn't. We got scholars from like Hillsdale, Heritage Foundation, all these places, and they devised this programming, basically, lectures about all these different things that went into the formation of the country and the values and principles that have made us a unique experiment. And if you go through that, you get a $3,000 bonus. And so you don't even have to be a civics teacher. If you're an English teacher, go through it. We think having this foundation is good no matter what you're doing. If you're doing U.S. history, all this stuff is important. So we've put through thousands and thousands of educators through this program. It's got like a 93% approval rate of people that have taken the course. It is worthwhile. It is meaningful. And that's Florida filling a gap where America's higher education system has really failed. And so I think that's instrumental, because the reality is you can have this stuff presented and you can get a list that you have to read this or that. To have a teacher that is really knowledgeable and passionate about this and that can really bring it to life, that can light the fire in a student to all of a sudden, you know, this is something they become passionate about. And I think what we're doing is really helping get us in that direction. And then also funding for a speech and debate initiative. I think like 5 or 6 years ago, we had like 8 school districts that were doing speech and debate. Now all 67 Florida school districts are doing speech and debate. We host the championship in Orlando. And if you think about it, the reason why you do speech and debate is not even as much about, yeah, I mean, I think it is good to be comfortable on your feet and being able to articulate things. But when you're doing speech and debate, you may be given a topic, and it may be a topic where you have to argue on the other side of what you actually believe. And so then you have to start looking at things and trying to see things from someone else's perspective. So you can argue about, you know, I'm a big believer in term limits for members of Congress, for example, but, you know, if I was given that to argue against it, I'd have to kind of step out of my little, say, okay, what are the arguments against it? I don't think the arguments against it are great given how poor Congress performs, but there are arguments against it, and you've got to be able to wrestle with those. And one of the things that's happened, particularly in higher education, when you have the movement towards ideological conformity and indoctrination, I think what's happened, I think the Harvards and the Yales and those schools, I think they're producing graduates who I think probably have a lot of aptitude naturally, but these are people whose assumptions have never been challenged, because all they're doing is repeating the same basic party line. That is not how you sharpen your mind. You got to be in there and you have to see things from different perspectives. So I think having students be in a situation, they have to make arguments, they have to formulate that, I think is really, really important. And it's kind of become a lost art, but not here in the state of Florida. Our higher education system continues to be ranked #1 in the United States of America. I think it's like 8 years in a row we've been #1. We're proud of a lot of the reforms that we've done on there. For example, we were the first state in the country to eliminate DEI from our public university system. And we did that years ago when it wasn't fashionable to be against it. I mean, you know, we took a lot of arrows for that, but we knew that it was fundamentally an ideologically corrupt concept, and it was being applied in ways that were really discriminating against people through no fault of their own. We also now have in Florida, because of reforms I worked with the legislature on a couple years ago, all tenured professors must undergo review every 5 years and can be let go for poor performance. And now part of that is that helps us recenter the universities on the pursuit of truth and preparing the students to be citizens of our republic. But it's also just from a practical perspective, if, you know, when you get tenure, there's different ways you can go about it. I mean, that could be like a boost where you get into the research and the teaching and you're really productive. And we have faculty in Florida who are like that 100%. But it also, if you think you're bulletproof, then it causes just human nature, right? Don't really worry about research. Don't really worry about teaching. Kind of focus on whatever these other issues are that really aren't germane. Those types of professors that are not productive under the cloak of tenure, that's one of the most significant drains on a university financially, much less academically. So our university system has been able to filter out poor performers now. They're hiring people coming in. I mean, if you look at like the University of Florida, they have the Hamilton Center for Western Civilization, massive numbers of scholars who are actually well-versed in the Western tradition, who are actually going to teach students and provide instruction in ways that reinforce, all that is special about Western civilization. And Hamilton Center at UF, if it's not already, within a couple years, it will be the premier center for the study of Western civilization in the world. And so that's something that's really meaningful. That would not have been done if we didn't have the overhaul of the faculty policies, because you can hire professors directly now. People would say, okay, why are all the professors thinking one way? Well, if you think the opposite of that, and you can only get hired if those other professors approve you, well, you're probably not going to get approved a lot of times, especially in kind of the liberal arts. So now presidents of universities, the boards, they can bring in faculty and hire them directly. You got someone good at Georgetown, you can bring them in, and they can be at Florida International or University of Florida. And that's been really revolutionary, and we're just seeing the benefits of that now, which I think is really, really good. So, and then New College in Sarasota. This college, I remember when I was governor, I think it was my first or second year, and the Speaker of the House at the time said, hey, I want to talk to you about New College. And I'm like, why do we need a new college? We have enough colleges already. I was like, I didn't even know, it had never come up. And he's like, no, it's in Sarasota. So I started researching more because, think about it. You'll run into someone all the time. Oh, I graduated from UF and I'm doing this. I graduated from USF. I'm doing all this. I just had never come across, and it had never been anything that had crossed my desk in the early days of me being governor. So I started looking at it. And in statute, it was supposed to be Florida's #1 honors college. In practice, it was like a Marxist commune, left of the left, no grades, more like a beatnik type culture, which, look, if that floats your boat, honestly, that's fine. I just don't want Florida taxpayers to be funding that. We got to do better from a taxpayer perspective. So I'm like, all right, I mean, and I think they were down to 400 and some students. And so, we made sweeping appointments to the Board of Trustees. They replaced the president with a conservative who had been the Commissioner of Education under our administration in the first term. And now, all of a sudden, they're bringing in these professors that are really, really strong. And that is being transformed almost into our version of a Hillsdale College, where we're really focusing on core classical liberal arts. And there's just a lot of parents out there, they don't want to invest 18 years into instilling values, turn them over to some university that indoctrinates them in the opposite. That's not what they want. I think most parents want the students to have broad horizons and grapple with conflicting ideas, but you don't want an orthodoxy imposed. Well, now you look at New College, it's that's really what a liberal arts education is supposed to be. So we're doing that. Now, this budget continues something that I've stressed since the time I've been governor. So our Florida students, our Florida residents, have the same tuition today than they did the day I took office. Not 1 cent of increase on tuition in our universities. And not only that, we do have an ability, I know because the villages, this may be something that is of interest, where grandparents can qualify for in-state tuition for their grandkids, even if the grandkids went to school out of state. Now, you got to be a high performer and everything, but reality is that's something that's very meaningful. So the average tuition, if you're a Florida resident, for our universities is about $6,300 per year. Now, that is by far the lowest of any place in the United States of America, and Our standards have gone up so much. You know, it used to be you go to high school in Florida, you know, if you were a pretty good student, you get into wherever you wanted pretty much. Now, not so much. These are much more competitive. And so if you're good enough to get into some of these schools like UF and FSU, chances are you're qualifying for Bright Future scholarships, which is full tuition or 75% tuition depending on your marks. And so you really, even if you don't get Bright Futures, but especially if you get it, no debt. There's no need for you to go into debt to get a 4-year degree in the state of Florida. That's helping people. That's where people are going to be able to do well with themselves, not with a $100,000 millstone around their neck. I mentioned what we've done with environmental restoration, Everglades, water quality. At the beginning of my first term as governor, I said this needs to be a priority, that I'm calling for over that 4-year period, $2.5 billion in funding for those projects. And those projects there's a lot in southern Florida, but they're really all over the state. And that's $1 billion more than we've done the previous 4. We not only did 2.5, we did 3.3 billion over those first 4 years. So then this term I said, you know what? We're going to do even better. We're going to do 3.5 billion over the next 4 years. When I sign this budget in, this will include an additional $1.4 billion for Everglades restoration, water quality improvements around the state of Florida. That means already we far surpassed my $3.5 billion target. We're already at $4.6 billion, and we ain't done yet. So that's going to be very meaningful for a lot of people. We also mentioned the roads and infrastructure. This budget fully funds our Florida Department of Transportation work program. It fully funds the state of Florida's Moving Florida Forward initiative. So those accelerated projects will continue, and I think that's something that'll be meaningful for a lot of people. Finally, this budget heeds the call to support law enforcement throughout the state. So we launched a program a few years ago, you know, kind of in response to what was happening around the country with defund police and the attacks on law enforcement. We obviously don't do that in Florida. In fact, we signed legislation that prevents local governments from defunding police in the state of Florida. And we've done a lot of stuff, anti-riot legislation. You know, the media gets really upset because, you know, we clarified in law, you know, if you're at like a stop sign and an unruly mob comes and threatens you, you have the right to flee for your safety. Are you kidding me? And we've done a lot to have tough penalties against people who launch attacks on law enforcement, especially in those situations where, you know, you're demonstrating, which people have a right to do, but you got to follow the rules. You got to follow the law. And if you breach that line, we're not going to just sit there and allow the inmates to run the asylum. That's true for the state as a whole. The Hamas people tried to take over a road down in Miami after that whole thing was really starting a year or so ago. And they lasted 13 minutes on the road before they got escorted out. And quite frankly, at our universities, you know, you have a right to express yourself. You can have views. It's not our role to police your views, and some of these views that are more sympathetic to Hamas, I think, are quite frankly abhorrent. But you do have a right to those. But we also have a right to hold you accountable for your behavior. And if you're demonstrating in a way that is causing disorder, if you're threatening other students or faculty because they're Jewish or whatever reason, then you will be held accountable. They tried to, and we have done that. I mean, we've had students that got their degrees withheld because their conduct was outside, and that's true with demonstrations run amok. I mean, I know they tried to take over the campus lawn at Florida State, and the university turned on the sprinklers, and that was the end of that. So, and we would have done more, whatever we needed to do to make that done. But it's also not only with the demonstration, but you'll have speakers come to campus. You go to like Stanford, and you'll have somebody that is not in lockstep with the left, and they're actually providing a different perspective, maybe even a conservative perspective. And you'll have some of these students just screaming and yelling and basically trying to do a heckler's veto where you shout someone down so they can't even express their views. That doesn't fly in Florida. We will hold you accountable for that behavior. You can disagree with the speaker all you want, but you have to behave. And the same thing with these graduation ceremonies. You know, it's wrong for activist students to hijack graduation ceremonies and ruin it for everybody else. That's not speech, that's conduct. And you should be held accountable for that. So all that being said is we're a law and order state across the board. We've already, when we launched this program, we saw what was happening in these other jurisdictions. And I'm just thinking to myself, would you want to be a police officer in like Seattle or Chicago and get treated that way? Of course not. So we launched a program where new recruits to Florida for law enforcement, municipal, county, and state agencies, they get a $5,000 bonus when they join the ranks. And that's been a huge boon for our recruiting efforts. And I can tell you, if this guy does get elected mayor of New York City, I'm going to have to set up a processing center to get all the NYPD who are going to want to move down to the state of Florida and work in our law enforcement. I mean, would you want to be a police officer for a mayor who wanted your agency abolished? I sure wouldn't. Would you want to be there saying no cash bail and that don't send in police to dangerous areas, send in social workers? I wouldn't want to be signed up for that. So you potentially, and I've already talked to the President Albritton, this is good, it's in the budget, but if this guy does get elected in November, I think you're going to see a potential to have a lot of folks want to come down in law enforcement, and maybe not even just NYPD, maybe some of the surrounding agencies too, because this stuff bleeds over. It's not like it's only going to respect the city lines. So that'll be a huge, huge problem. And, you know, my thing on this guy is, obviously I disagree. He's a leftist, right? But it's like he's running on things that have already been tried and failed. And it's like, is this just Groundhog Day where we're going to continue to do dumb policies in our major cities and cause further decay? Because that's what happens. I mean, how many of you, are any of you from New York City or used to live in the area? Okay. You know, it was a great city when Giuliani was mayor, and even Bloomberg, even though I disagree with them on a lot, it was clean, it was safe, there was a lot going on. And I think de Blasio, I mean, really did a number on it. But I can tell you, whatever he did, this will be, I think, much, much worse. And it's like, okay, you have this idea of government's going to run the grocery stores. You know, that stuff has been tried throughout human history. It didn't work very well. Anytime it's been tried, it is not going to work there. You talk about saying we're not going to have law enforcement going in. Again, that's been tried. San Francisco tried to let the inmates run the asylum. It got so bad that they recalled a left-wing DA in San Francisco for being too liberal. Can you imagine that? That's how bad it got. And so this stuff it's something that will not work, but it does have an effect on the state of Florida, not just on law enforcement, but obviously everyone reaches their limit, right? I know in Chicago, you had a lot of people that reached their limit during COVID and during the BLM riots, but some thought that things could get better. Then they elect the current mayor, and that was it. So then people came to Naples or whatever. And I think this guy's election, I think, is going to change behavior. The reality is we have our bonus program. I think it's been very effective. I think almost every sheriff has utilized it. I know a lot of the municipal police departments have utilized it. I talk to these folks. You know, when I see them, I'm out and about, they'll come up to me. And I have not met one who regrets it. Now, you know, who knows of all the thousands, but the reality is I think it's been tremendously successful. So I want to thank everybody who was involved in supporting that in the legislature. And I also want to thank them for heeding my call to give a much-needed pay raise for our state law enforcement agencies. Florida Highway Patrol, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Fish and Wildlife, we have other law enforcement and some other agencies. You know, our Highway Patrol in particular, I don't think any agency has done more to help the federal government under the Trump administration on illegal immigration enforcement than Florida Highway Patrol. They round up illegals all the time and work with ICE. You know, if they were California, they'd be told you're not allowed to work with ICE. Here, you're required to work with ICE because we want to solve this problem once and for all. They also were the first ones that we sent when Biden opened the border back in 2021. We did send National Guard, but we sent state law enforcement officers down on the southern border to help Texas with that. And, you know, they did a lot of good, but the reality is people would get across, they'd catch them, turn them over to Border Patrol. Biden instructed Border Patrol to just release them into our country. So think about it. You come across the border, you get caught. The correct response is to send them back across the border, right? I mean, that's what you should do. Biden was saying, well, you can stay in the country. We'll give you a notice to appear. Just make sure you come back and appear 3 years from now. Yeah, that's not much of a deterrent, and I know those folks didn't, by and large, didn't show up. So our Highway Patrol has done a lot of heavy lifting on this really critical mission of ensuring that our country means something, that our laws mean something, that it's not just whoever decides they want to come is able to come, it's who we decide is able to come is allowed to come. And unless you enforce the law, we're never going to get that right. And so I'm really excited about the great work that they've done. There's more to come in terms of our working with the Trump administration on those very important immigration efforts. And the states, most states are doing nothing. The blue states are trying to sabotage. We're one of the few states that's, probably, we may even be the only state that's really full throttle saying, you know what, we're not going to solve this problem unless we are part of the team. And if we're not part of the team, the feds may do some good stuff, but they're not going to get the job done with the current resources that they have. And I know they're trying to build that up, and hopefully they do very quickly. But as it stands now, you need state and local to be there helping out. And we're the only state in the country that, so we banned sanctuary cities my first year as governor, which honestly should have been banned long before that. I don't know why we didn't do it, but we banned it. And then now we're the only state in the country, not only that's not a sanctuary state or banned sanctuary cities, but all state and local agencies have a duty to cooperate and work with ICE and DHS. And that's made a huge difference. Tom Homan's always pointing to Florida as an example, and I think you're going to continue to see that. So they deserve the pay increases. First of all, we need it just to recruit and to maintain people, and we got a lot of what we asked for on that. I think we'll come back more next year and ask for more, but all in all, law enforcement was supported. So I think what you see in the budget is an example of a very fiscally responsible state. We're meeting the needs of the state of Florida that I think most people want us to be focusing on. We're not, frittering it away on something. I did I did more than $500 million in line item vetoes. And, some of the stuff I don't think should have been in the budget for sure, but some of it wasn't bad, but I felt it was important to get the budget spending in line with my recommendations. And so front and back of bill is kind of the total spending. I think that came in about 9 or 10 million over my recommendation. So very close when you're talking about a budget of $117+ billion. So that's really good. Debt repayment, tax relief, reduced spending, but also support for education, support for law enforcement, support for natural resources, and all the things that you want to do. So I'm excited to be able to sign this here today. The work continues, but before I do that, we are going to bring up a couple of our speakers, and so we have Jim Boyd, who's going to be the next president of the Florida Senate, as well as our Agriculture Commissioner, Weldon Simpson. So Jimmy, you want to start us off?
Thank you, Governor. Don't we have the best governor in the country? There's a problem with this governor, though. As brilliant as he is, it's a really tough act to follow. Everything that I wanted to say, he has said far better than I can and articulate it very well, so I'll be very brief. We are led by a wonderful conservative governor, the cabinet represented today here by Commissioner Simpson, the legislature. We are so proud to be representing you all in Florida and doing what's right for Florida. I could go over the points the governor has made, but I don't need to do that because he's done them so very well. But just know this legislature will continue to fight for your freedom, to fight for your family's freedom, to fight for your children, your grandchildren, for your businesses, for the environment. We will always keep an eye on the environment because that's critical to Florida, and our law enforcement and our first responders. Without them, we would be nothing. So thank you, those of you that are in the room. We appreciate your service so very much. So on behalf of the Florida Senate, my friend and colleague, President Albritton, who couldn't be here today, Senators Broder, Trunow, and Bradley, who are here with us. It took us a while, the legislature, to get to this point, Governor, but we got there. I like to think of it as like a fine wine. It takes a little while for that to open up and develop, but we're here with your leadership and your steady hand. I think today, as the Governor has outlined, we have a very good budget for Florida, less than last year, reducing spending, of course, reducing debt, putting away more money in a rainy day fund, doing everything that we would do as families to protect ourselves for the future, we're trying to do for the state of Florida. We will continue that under good conservative leadership, and we thank you for supporting those of us that do that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor. And I'm going to talk a little more about the ag budget. But you know, we had a great year at the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Many good things in policy that the Governor's already signed, the Farm Bill, and we did many things at our department this year that I think are worth highlighting. First of all, we're building a new building in Tallahassee. So several of we've got 9 different buildings in Tallahassee today. The average age is probably 60 years old. And in very bad shape, but we're going to bring many efficiencies to your Department of Agriculture. In the first 2 years, we eliminated about 150 FTE, and then we believe that over the next 5 years, we'll eliminate another couple hundred FTE, which is about 10% of all the employees at the Department of Agriculture. So we're going to help continue the efficiency of our department. When you think about our school kids, and the Governor said it very well, we're very proud of what we did this year and the last few years with our FFA kids. FFA kids are the future farmers of America. 3 years ago, we started a grant program, and we said, you know, we really want to have all parents that want to participate, their children participate in agriculture, to be able to do so. We had 30,000 kids in FFA 3 years ago. Today, we have over 65,000 kids in FFA. Step 2 of that, school boards would not allow those kids to have excused absences to go to their FFA or 4-H events out of school. So last year we passed a law that said you shall have an excused absence if it's a sanctioned event. So that now is in law. This year, step 3, you would think, well, maybe that's enough. This year we ran into zoning issues. So the school boards were saying, well, no, you can't build an agriculture facility at your school because we're not zoned properly. This year the bill is very clear. If you're an educational facility, you can build barns and such on your facilities to allow kids to raise their plants, pigs, steer projects, and things of that nature. So we're very proud of that, and thank you, Governor, and the legislature for signing that bill. This year, your Florida Forest Service will go to 2,500 fires throughout the state of Florida. In the last 2 years, we now have a fleet of helicopters, drones, to be able to respond immediately to these fires. You may not see a lot of this. We have record control burn, prescribed burn here in the state of Florida, and we're going to continue to do those things. We do not want to become California or the Midwest or Canada on these issues. We appreciate the legislature and the Governor for giving us the equipment and tools we need to do our job with. Very proud of that. Our ag law has been beefed up. Our northern border security, our interdiction stations. Just recently, we worked with HSI and Border Patrol, had a major fuel theft bust here in Spring Hill, Florida. You can look it up. It's going to be a media release today. Over almost $50,000 was secured. We took down a major ring that was not only in the state of Florida but around the country. So we're very proud of our ag law. We've got a great team there now. They're doing a great job keeping us safe in our state. Our Consumer Services Division this year has a Operation Safe Summer program. We've removed over 15,000 packages of illegal hemp in our stores just in the last week from this program. We're going to continue to do that. They're targeting our children with these programs. Last year we had an operation called Candy Crush. Nearly 1 million packages were taking off of our shelves, targeting our children. We appreciate the legislature and the Governor for the help that they've given us on that program. Team's doing very well. This year, in the budget, we have many good nuggets that will really go unseen. One of them is a transfer switch program. So when we have a hurricane, you lose power. You can't turn power back on the fuel stations because we don't have generators. We've got a grant program this year to be able to put transfer stations within those gas stations so that we can hook a generator to it at the state level and get those fueling stations back up and running very quickly. So we're very proud of that. The governor did a great job speaking about our the water programs, and it's been true how good we're doing. In agriculture, we're doing an amazing job signing our farmers up for what we call BMPs, Best Management Practice Programs. And we have a cost share program just in the Indian River Lagoon alone. We've signed up over 20,000 acres in these last 2 years, more than double what had been there previously. So we're targeting areas of concern and including the whole state. But the cost share program the legislature provides and the governor signs has been amazing for what we've been able to do in agriculture. And this year we're also going to start doing our regional water projects, which is going to take up an additional amount of nutrient load throughout the state. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Florida citrus. President Albritton is from a little community called Wauchula, Florida, and been involved in the citrus business all of his life. I think he's the 4th generation. And over $100 million is in this budget to help your citrus farmers recover from citrus screening through research, through the craft program and replanting programs. We hope in the next 8 or 10 years you will see a lot of citrus farms back here in Central and South Florida, so we're working on that. Last thing I'll mention, this was a priority of mine during when I was Senate President, but one of my #1 priorities then was to identify and define the wildlife corridor. The wildlife corridor in the state, if you want to know what it is, you can Google it. There's a nice little map out there, but if you Google a map of the state of Florida at nighttime, everywhere it's dark on that map, you'll see all the beautiful lights. You'll see the beautiful lights here in this area of the state. You'll recognize everywhere it's dark on that map is a wildlife corridor. It's where our aquifer is recharged. It's where animals traverse the state, and it's where we grow your food. If our grandkids' grandkids are going to have a quality of life comparable to ours, we have to protect the wildlife corridor. In this budget, and thank you, legislature and governor, we have $250 million for our rural and family lands program, where we go in and buy development rights from farmers. And there's many advantages to buying development rights rather than buying at fee simple property. But we've had record funding. When I became Commissioner of Agriculture, there was about 56,000 acres in that program through the previous 20 years. Today we have over 230,000 acres in it, and certainly we'll have close to 500,000 in the next 2 years. So thank you, legislature. Thank you, governor. Thank you.
And just on the wildlife corridor, we've done amazing work there. There was a provision in the budget to take $200 million out of the wildlife corridor, put it in general revenue. That was not included in the $600 million I did, but I did veto that, so that remains in the wildlife corridor. It'll be subject to future appropriations, but I think we need to finish the job there. I think we've done really, really good. You know, it's like we have a beautiful state. Obviously, a lot of people want to be here, but you got to balance that with making sure that the state doesn't end up just concrete, right? I mean, you want to have that, and so I think it's been really good. And we'll continue working on that. So all in all, we continue the mission. I think things from a fiscal perspective, we couldn't be better positioned. We don't know what the future holds in terms of the macro economy or even the international economy. I know that there's a lot of different types of analysis that are out there about what is going to happen over the next 3, 6, 9 months, a year. But we're well positioned either way. So thanks to everybody. If you guys want to come up, we'll make this official. Does anybody have, I don't see any young kids with us here today, which I'm not surprised at. Does anyone have any young grandkids who would like a non-permanent marker to be able to give to their kids? You got it? Oh, that's a bad toss. That's a bad. Who else? Oh, no. Sorry about that. Who else? That's a good toss. All right. All right, so that's those are, we would give the pens out but the kids would write on them, and so the parents are like, can you do a non-permanent? I'm like, all right, so we got non-permanent. These are permanent, though. Today's the 30th of June, right at the buzzer.
Okay, no standing, please. We need to make sure the camera's on. Thank you.
All right. So this budget will take effect at midnight tonight. Well, you know, they're supposed to do it by May 2nd. We got it, I think the mid-June, kind of like, so we've had, you know, there's a lot of line items in there that we've had to go over and kind of do everything, but we got it done, and so here's the Plains land. All right, so we've got these pens. Anybody? Okay. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay. All right. I also have, now, these guys may not want these. These are veto pens. But actually, you know what? I need to borrow one of those pens to sign the tax package. I forgot to sign the tax package. Okay. So all you Second Amendment enthusiasts, September 8th till the 31st, no tax on any of the stuff. Ammo, accoutrements. That's really, really historic. And I know a lot of businesses will be happy with the rent going down. Okay, so we have that. All right, so here's the tax and the budget for 25-26 in the state of Florida. All right. Good job, guys. Thank you. All right. So we've got some red pens. So this is the veto pen. All right, who else? And there were, as vetoes go, I mean, I basically usually try to hit a target about, okay, what do we want the overall budget to look like? And then sometimes there's just a lot of stuff that you kind of have to veto. But this one, we really wanted to get the total spending in line with my recommendations from February. And so I think it's 9 or 10 million more. So we got it pretty close. There's some things at the buzzer, but I thought all in all it was good. But we did a little under 600 million, I think. You know, we have done over 3 billion in the past. Now on the veto, the 200 million for the take away from the wildlife corridor and put in general revenue, I vetoed that. We're not including that in the 600. I also vetoed, they took 750 and put it into some special fund where they're trying to do some constitutional amendment in the future, and it's there. I don't think that amendment's going to pass, so I vetoed the 750. So that's going back into the surplus as well. That's not included in the aggregate number that we gave you for line item vetoes. We also have legislation that's still pending. I think we're going through it. You know, it's like I got all this dumped on my desk like 10 days ago. So we have, I think, a couple more days to be able to act on all the legislation. So there's a little bit left. We got through most of it. I may need some red pens on some of the legislation as well. Stay tuned. Okay, any questions? Yep. Yeah, no, so we've, I mentioned our efforts on illegal immigration, stepping up and really helping. And I think the one thing that we have seen over the initial months of the Trump administration is when we'd ask DHS, what can we do? They're just like, we just need detention space. Because, if you bring an illegal in, there is, the media says there is a process they go through, right, to determine whether you're in the country illegally. Some people may have a notice to appear in 7 days and from an immigration judge. Some people may already have an order of, so there's stuff that go into it. And so, but that was the one thing, I've talked to Tom Homan about it, I've talked to a lot of these folks about it. And so we had a plan that we put out and told them, hey, we can execute this. I think we probably put it out about a month or so ago through the Division of Emergency Management under our director, Kevin Guthrie, where we would be able to stand up some makeshift detention space very quickly around the state of Florida. And we were talking about other different possibilities. So DHS was very supportive. So, what we're doing is like the state is doing it. The feds are kind of overseeing and then reimbursing us for the cost. But, we're looking at, okay, where could you do it that's not going to disturb the community, not going to create any problems? And, there just happens to be this Dade Collier Airport that's out there kind of in the middle of the Everglade area. And it's not defunct. People say there are training flights that go in there, but it's a massive runway. And, there's not a lot of buildings out there, but there's a lot of concrete. And so these guys set up this whole thing within a matter of days. And so when the president comes tomorrow, he's going to be able to see, you're going to be able to do. What'll happen is you bring people in there. They ain't going anywhere once they're there unless you want them to go somewhere, because good luck getting to civilization. So the security is amazing. But natural and otherwise. But what it can be, I think, is an effective way to increase the number of removals and deportations, which ultimately, if you don't do that, you're going to continue to have this problem of illegal immigration. So you'll be able to bring people in, they'll get processed, they have an order of removal, then they can be queued, and the federal government can fly right on the runway, right there. You literally drive them 2,000 feet, put them on a plane, and then they're gone. It's very logistically simple, but what we're also going to do is, this idea of immigration judge, these are not Article III judges. They're not federal judges like we think of. These are executive branch employees who are called immigration judges. So you can have you can deputize different employees to do that. So we've offered some of our National Guardsmen to be able to serve as immigration judges. So what you could have is, okay, someone's a criminal alien, they obviously fast track. Someone has an order of deportation, okay, fast track. Someone may have just gotten picked up. They come, they can get like a notice to appear. Biden would tell you to come in 2 years. I mean, under the Trump administration, it's usually within, 14 to 30 days. But we can have our National Guard acting as immigration judges right on site. So you go, maybe you have a day or two, whatever, and then a decision's made, and then that's it. So this is potentially be a force multiplier as this goes. And so, I did speak with the president this weekend. He's very excited about doing it. But I think what he wants to see is, Florida should not be the only one in this fight, right? I mean, we literally are doing what the voters who elected all of us have been demanding for many, many years. And immigration was maybe the number one issue, maybe inflation, but certainly no worse than the second most important issue in the 2024 presidential election. So we've got to do it. And we're also looking at Camp Blanding up in Northeast Florida, which has a runway. And again, similar thing, secure, not going to interrupt the community, be able to fly people out. The feds will do it. I mean, we flew to Martha's Vineyard, right? I mean, we could probably fly there. But I think they want to be in charge of that because there's diplomatic niceties that go on, and I get it. So, but I do think that if you increase the amount of space for processing and then to be able to get them ripe to then be able to return to their home country by the thousands, that's going to really make a difference. And in Florida, we estimate we've got 50,000 illegal aliens in Florida who have already been ordered to be removed by an immigration judge. So you talk about, they've gone through this process, they have an order to remove, and they're just still here. And so that's low-hanging fruit. But we were in a situation where there's such a limited space that ICE has. Do you want all of our jails to be overflowing with illegals, or would you rather have that done in a separate mission? Because, unfortunately, we've got U.S. citizens committing crimes, and they are going to need to be held accountable. So it puts pressure it takes pressure off of our local institutions in a way that I think will be very, very efficient. So it should be, I think people are impressed. I think a lot of people didn't even know there was an airport there. I mean, but there is there. I mean, it's a good facility. Things are being done in, I think, a very efficient fashion. And I was really, honestly, I was impressed, but I know dealing with the hurricane response and all the other, monoclonal antibodies during COVID. We would set up monoclonal antibody clinics on 24-hour notice. Hey, we need one in Jacksonville. 24 hours later, it's up. That's this emergency response apparatus that we have. So I think it'll be interesting to see. And I believe by tomorrow they will be open. So DHS approved us doing this last week, and I think by tomorrow it'll be ready for business. Yes. That's his plan. It's just leadership and execution. We are a state that really understands when you're a skinny, you're a peninsula sticking out in the middle of a tropical part of the world, you are going to have to deal with weather disasters. Now, we've had our share in the last however many years. Maybe we get a break this year, but we're prepared. And so you have that. You've also seen that put into place to head off the BLM riots back in 2020. You didn't see that happening here because we had response. Even when like spring break in Miami Beach, we had to send people in and get that in order. The monoclonal antibody, we used emergency response. There were obviously physicians and nurses on site, but the logistics of it was all through that. So we have wherewithal to be able to do things and do things quickly. What I told when I first became governor, I said, all right, we got to look to see what's happened well, what hasn't happened well in different things. And a lot of people were frustrated with the power response in terms of being without power for 3 weeks or something. And so we launched our initiative to pre-stage the linemen. So it's a similar thing, honestly. It's not a detention facility, but we will set up camps where these folks are able to be there, ride out the storm, and then immediately go in and start reconnecting the power. So we just did Hurricane Milton. There were 4.2 million restorations in record time, and 99% of that was within a matter of days. The majority of that was within 24 hours. Usually in the past, folks weren't even on site working for another 72 hours, right? So we've done that. So it's a similar thing. You go, we had set out the plans to DHS. This is something they wanted to approve, and we knew we'd get the reimbursement, and we're doing it actually at a rate that's cheaper than what I think they anticipated. And so you do it and you make it happen. That's just how we roll in Florida. It's important, but the directive I gave was, okay, let's see what we can do better, but by all means, do not get ground down in bureaucracy. Do not get ground down in red tape. We know what the policy is. You obviously, there's certain things you have to check, obviously, but just get it done and stop acting like don't pass the buck. Just do it. So that's what we do. And, I think it's been something that we have great response. We work very quickly. Those are just the expectations. No, it's all self-contained. So they will be transporting out the wastewater to facilities. There's going to be zero impact on the surrounding area. They're going above and beyond on that. They do that as a matter of course anyways. If we were doing a hurricane response in like Fort Myers Beach, you're very sensitive about that. So it isn't any different, but this is, I think people think that somehow we just decided to build an airport out of whole cloth. No, that was there, right? It's a bunch of concrete. They're utilizing that, but it's interesting because they're utilizing the existing concrete footprint. Even on the interior of the airport where there's grass, they're staying off that grass. It's just grass, guys. It isn't anything said, but that's what they were doing. So yes, so that'll all be self-contained. They're going to go to extraordinary lengths to ensure that. And obviously, I've invested how much billions and billions of dollars into increasing and improving the hydrology of the Everglades. If I thought somehow this was not gonna hurt that, then I wouldn't do it. I think this is the most efficient and effective place to do it. No, the Florida residents are not going to know that this stuff's not going to impinge on them. Whereas if you put it in a more populated area, it might. This facility just happened to be there, so we'll do. But they've got a really strong management plan. And then some people ask, like, well, what if there's a hurricane? Like, do you think they didn't think of that? Of course they do. Anytime you would do anything in Florida, you'd have to think about, what's going to be resistant and what. Now, this is more interior, and so the winds that you would get would likely not be as strong as what a major hurricane would bring right on the coast, but it still could potentially be significant. And so, of course, that they have plans and contingencies for all of that. So, yes, that'll be done, and we would not have agreed to do it at that site if I thought that somehow it was going to negatively impact all the great work we've done on improving and restoring the Everglades. In fact, we're going to be opening up the C-43 reservoir here in a couple of weeks. Massive, monumental achievement to be able to have gotten that done. And so the progress has been fantastic. Yes. They let you. You're out in the wild, out of Tallahassee. He's at Tallahassee. He came all the way to the Villages to do the budget press conference. Thank you for doing that. So look, on the property tax, we need to do property tax. It's going to require us to go to the ballot and get it done. I know I spoke with President Albritton yesterday about it. He's committed to do it. There's no excuses. In the House of Representatives, we have almost a 3-to-1 Republican majority. Is there any possible excuse for why you can't get it done? In the Florida Senate, we have more than a 2-to-1 majority, and so we will get that done one way or another. It's going to be a very significant issue for the balance of this year and into next year. Now, there was actually a provision they put in the tax for $1 million to this bureaucracy in Tallahassee called EDR. I mean, it's kind of like a state version of like the Congressional Budget Office. I've been very nonplussed by their analysis, so I vetoed that because we don't need to give a bureaucracy money to study this. We know what needs to be done, so let's just do it, and we will do it. Now, when you're looking at the budget, I mean, look, I think that the session was unnecessarily bumpy. It's one thing if you're clashing on principle, and I stand on principle. We've had disagreements amongst Senate, House in the past, and you kind of just work through those. There's some times where there's things that I have to really push for, that I get internal resistance. Most of those things, once they're enacted, everyone campaigns on them, but that's beside the point. And there's sometimes when it rises to the level of having an actual confrontation. I mean, I had to veto the redistricting maps a couple years ago, call a special session, and then we did maps that, I think are more consistent with the law and Constitution. And so we did that. This one, I think, was more driven by personal agendas, by kind of vendettas. I think it got really nasty between the House and Senate leadership. And I would just say most of what we have here was really a result of, a lot of the Senate working with our office to be able to land the plane in a way that I think the people of Florida respect. This House of Representatives, the way it does is like, you have the leadership and they tell you vote this way, vote that way, and they punish you if you don't vote the way they did. So, for example, when I did the immigration, so literally we have the President of the United States coming down tomorrow to tout what Florida's done. But, when I called the special session at the beginning of the year to say state and local must support, the Speaker of the House opposed that and tried to jam a bill in that would have eliminated all of my authority to enforce immigration laws. Why would you do that? Well, it was an amnesty bill, basically. But that wasn't driven. That was driven by a different agenda. That's not your agenda, right? And so, you saw a movement in the House of Representatives in Florida to kneecap our ability to have anti-woke higher education standards and to make sure that our universities are educating, not indoctrinating. People are looking to Florida for leadership on those issues. I mean, heck, even the New York Times has said, if you want to see what the Trump administration is trying to do, just look to Florida and look at all the stuff they've done. Now, they disapprove of what we've done, but they are acknowledging what we've done has been very meaningful. Why would you want to peel that back? No, nobody. And then we did a lot of tort reform, which has helped make, it's helped on costs because we were the #1 litigation state in the country. And so that was hard fought. And then they tried in the House to repeal a lot of that. And here's the thing. You don't have to agree with me. If they run and seek your vote on a certain agenda and then they implement it, if I don't like it, I can veto it, we can tussle, whatever. But that's not what happened here. These guys all ran on the agenda of Florida that's been so successful, that people around the country want to emulate in their states. They got elected on that pretense, and then because of the leadership in the House, they pursued an agenda that was foreign to what they told the voters when they got elected in 22, 24. And some of these House members would not have been elected if it wasn't for me in 2022. That was really what turned Florida from a swing state into a red state. And we're happy with that. But the reality is what's your agenda? And I think a lot of the agenda was not an agenda that the voters sent them there to do. And so I think the way it went 45 days, it didn't need to go 45 days. This could have been done 45 days earlier. I could have signed this budget a month ago and have substantially similar things. So I think what the House leadership did, I don't think it was successful. I don't think any of the gambits they did, from trying to neuter us on immigration enforcement and try to promote amnesty, that failed. I think it failed to try to kneecap us on higher education reform. I think it failed to try to undo tort reform, and on down the line. And so, we are where we are with this. But I think the budget reflects the hard work that a lot of the senators put in to getting this to where I think the people of Florida wanted to see. I'm having to fight for a Second Amendment holiday. Like, these guys all run on saying Second Amendment, and yet you're getting pushback on Second Amendment tax holiday? I mean, give me a break. So, that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles on this. But I think if you look at, okay, we're in a good spot. We got what the state needed. We got a good product. I think my vetoes that I did, I think were appropriate. I think the level that we got the budget back down to is similar to what I recommended, which is good. The debt repayment, and look, that was really driven by the Senate. I mean, they embraced our vision for debt repayment. I appreciate that. Topping off the rainy day fund, I know both chambers supported that. I think it's great. But we are where we are. But let's just be clear. You would not want to rerun that movie script, if you're the leadership in the Florida House of Representatives. It did not work. You did not have a mandate to do that. And so I think it'd be better, to not constantly be at war with the Senate, not constantly be at war with the governor, but actually do what the voters sent you there to do. And that's what we want. The Constitution, right? I mean, so what we're going to do is, as I said, look, if you're a snowbird or you have investment properties or commercial, look, ideally, but where can we really make a difference? And I think it's on Floridians' primary homesteaded properties. I do not think you should have to pay just for the privilege of living into a house you already own. Now, we've run numbers on this stuff. We're going to do a lot of work over the next couple of months, and so, but ultimately, you're going to need to draft a joint resolution, and both houses are going to have to pass it, and then the voters are going to have to approve it by 60%. So there's a lot of hurdles here, but I think that is really where we should focus on. Are there things where you can say, well, you don't get funding if you do that? Maybe, but I don't know that that would be sustainable or ultimately be as effective as we need to do. There's also limitations on how they can work with the millage rates and everything like that. I'm not sure that they are able under current Constitution to say, homesteaded property, you have no property tax, but then you have more. I mean, I don't know, maybe, but I think the people have said there's a question. So you put something on the ballot, that will settle it once and for all. But we started running numbers, and I think some people say, well, if you lose, if primary homeowners, homesteaded Floridians aren't paying taxes on their homes, then, how are you going to fund this or that? And like, what about these rural areas? So we've got 31 fiscally constrained counties, mostly rural. We've run the numbers. If we just wanted to backfill that lost revenue from the state, it's like $300 million a year. That's nothing. That would be easy to do. But I also think these local government budgets are bloated. They have grown a lot. Why? Because real estate values have gone up. People's property gets assessed higher and higher. And then you got to all of a sudden have a more significant tax bill. And I would have used that revenue to cut taxes and to let people keep more. I think a lot of our local governments used it to spend. So a lot of them have seen really significant budget increases. So if you just were to right-size the budgets, and yes, do public safety, do all those, that gets you a long way there. But I think there's other things that those locals will be able to do. But man, imagine if you knew that your personal house, homesteaded in the state of Florida, means that you own it free and clear, and you're not having to constantly pony. I mean, that would really be, it's doable. And so we're going to be working through that to show everybody that it's something that's doable and that's something that's useful to do. But I think it's got to go on the ballot. I don't think that legislatively, with the constraints that the legislature faces under the current arrangement, I don't think it would be done that would be really, really effective. So what I said, I said this kind of at the beginning of the legislative session. It's like, I'm going to get through the legislative session before I make those appointments. Now, I did think that legislative session would have ended earlier than it did, but now that we've brought this, I do have some bills to consider that are outstanding, and I will do that. But that obviously will be something that will be next on our agenda once we clear the decks from this, both in a lieutenant governor and a chief financial officer. So I would say that those decisions have not been made, I would say, first of all. But second of all, I will say that those will be in relatively short order, probably not before July 4th, because people are not going to be paying attention. But when we get back on there, that'll be something that we're going to do. Yes, sir. I did knock on wood. Well, those are two different things. On the federal side, that's going to be up to them. So I can't answer that question in terms of what the impacts will be or not. We've worked well with National Hurricane Center. Our emergency management director is not focused only on immigration. In fact, to the contrary, we're constantly reevaluating what did we do in the previous cycle, how can we do going forward, and learning. And I would say that, certainly during my tenure, I don't think there's ever been a state that's responded to national disasters more robustly and effectively than the state of Florida. I mean, you mentioned that, we had a bridge knocked out in Pine Island in southwest Florida after Ian. People were running around like chickens with their heads cut off. Finally, they came to me. It wasn't a state bridge. They say, hey, can you help us with this? And, look, a lot of people in my shoes would be like, well, if you help, then you own it. So if it doesn't go well, they'll blame you. So a lot of people would just say, hey, it's your. But I said, no, we'll do it. So, I said, these guys don't have 6 months to wait for this bridge. And so we took it, we looked at it, we acted, and we rebuilt it in 3 days. So, this stuff can happen. You just got to do it. But we will be ready. A lot of the folks that are involved in this immigration mission. Some of those vendors do a variety of things, but it's not going to do that. The storms are our first priority when we're doing this. But we did the monoclonal antibody sites back in 21 all around the state in the middle of hurricane season. I mean, that was in September, August and September of 2021, and we were able to do that. And then, fortunately, we didn't have any major hurricanes that year, but we were able to respond. So we'll be ready to respond. And I think if you look at, go back to like 6 or 7 years ago, and look at power restoration, and then look how far that's come. And it's not just the investor-owned utilities like Florida Power and Light, which they're a behemoth, right? They've got a lot of resources. Our rural co-ops were some of the fastest restorations after Milton of any outfit, and so you've seen great improvements in the rural cooperatives. It used to be if a hurricane came, you'd be like, well, man, I hope it's like FPL or one of those, because they people know they've got resources to get after it. And if you have a co-op, people are like, oh man, it's going to take longer. And that was true initially, but now, I mean, they've really done a good job, and so they're doing well there. Now, I do think there is a question about what role is the federal government going to play going forward, particularly post-storm. We handle the prep. We handle the initial response. Yeah, we'll have Coast Guard. We'll have some kind of federal assistance on the periphery, but it's mostly locally executed, state managed and directed, and then the feds come in and can reimburse us. But what will happen is if we do have a major event, what's the threshold going to be where they will approve us for financial assistance? If it's a major, then a lot of times you're going to reach that threshold. If it's like a Category 2, does it reach the new thresholds? I think they've raised the threshold. So I think that's a question. I also think the question is okay, are you devolving stuff to the state? If so, devolve it. I mean, I'm happy to block grant me money if we have a hurricane, and then we'll administer that far more effectively than the federal government. We have not necessarily gotten anything that would give us any directive on that. So I do think if there's a storm that happens, I know FEMA's kind of in transition, what's that going to mean? Because there are existing programs for individual assistance and reimbursement of local governments, and if that's going to be devolved to the states, are you going to give us block grants, or we'll be able to manage that ourselves? Or are you going to say, you guys just figure it out? Now, if they say just figure it out, that is going to cause us to have to change some of the priorities that we've had. Now, fortunately, we've got a big surplus and we have a lot of money socked away. We'd probably be able to handle it, but I don't know that we would necessarily adopt the same programs that the federal government has adopted. So I think that post-storm, how that will work, what FEMA's role will that be, I do think that's somewhat in flux. And, honestly, it may be something that I talk to the president about tomorrow. All right, thanks, everybody. God bless you. You take care.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blount-Rochester, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Height Smith, aye. Ms. Collins, aye.
Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48. The motion is agreed to.
President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith.
Mr. President, I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this is a motion supported by all finance Democrats to send the bill back to the Finance Committee to strike all the Medicaid cuts and ensure that big corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. It is now clear that there is bipartisan opposition in the Senate to the Medicaid cuts in this bill. That's because it's the biggest Medicaid cut in history and represents the largest transfer of wealth in history. It is caviar over kids, hedge funds over health care, Mar-a-Lago over the middle class. These Medicaid cuts are going to reach down into every corner of our nation's health care system. As we've heard from rural America, rural hospitals will close their doors. Seniors are going to lose care at home and be left with fewer nursing homes and fewer nurses. Kids with disabilities will lose health care. We saw them on the steps of the Capitol last night. Never have I seen legislation
Senator's time's expired.
focused on denying health care to eligible Americans.
Senator's time is
an
expired.
opportunity to take these awful Medicaid cuts off the table and find another way forward. I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, good morning. It's great to be here. I just want to share with America the great work that Republicans have done on Medicaid, that we're preserving it, we're protecting it, we're strengthening it for those who need it the most. We're going to make sure that your seniors in nursing homes, that pregnant women, that children, that people on disabilities have Medicaid in the future. We are fiscally making Medicaid more sound. You know, it's only in Washington, D.C. that you increase spending at a rate faster than inflation, and you call it a cut. So we're increasing spending on this legislation. We're increasing funding for Medicaid. We are preserving and protecting it for those who need it the most. I urge everyone to vote no on this amendment. Thank you. Are you?
The questions on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Rooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye.
Two seconds. On this motion, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to. I recognize the senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report it.
The senator from Delaware, Mr. Coons, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith.
Mr. President, I ask for the reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Colleagues, the ugly truth about this so-called big, beautiful bill is that it will kick 17 million Americans off their health care. This bill cuts almost $1 trillion from Medicaid and other health care programs by tying people up in red tape. Republicans will tell you they're trying to improve Medicaid, but the truth is they're not. It is cruel and dishonest to bury parents, kids, and seniors in paperwork and then blame them when they lose their health care, all to further rig our tax code for the very wealthiest. This week, I met with 30 nurses from Delaware. Their patients couldn't come to D.C., so they did. They care for seniors and newborns, families, and the disabled. And their ask to us, don't take health care away from tens of thousands of Delawareans and millions of Americans. Colleagues, support this Coons amendment to eliminate cruel and unnecessary red tape and allow Americans to keep the health care they need and deserve.
When this is done.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Kansas.
as I look at this, the senator's motion is on work requirements. You know, back home we had a saying for people that had an aversion to work. We called it an allergy to work. But my question is, don't you think a job brings value, that it brings dignity? Do you not think that a job brings purpose and meaning to life? We have 7 million healthy American men across this country, working age, that aren't working right now. So yes, we want to encourage people to go back to work, but our bill, as you point out, actually preserves and protects it for those groups. Our bill makes it stronger, financially stronger, so that we can protect it and strengthen it for seniors in nursing homes, for people with disabilities, for pregnant women, and for children. Let's protect Medicaid for those who need it the most. I urge a no vote on this, and I'll never apologize for encouraging people to go to work.
The question occurs on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. I'm just going to put this one in here. This is the previous one. And I can help get the second one ready, just kind of depends on where we are. That's why I can't put this in there because it's their thing. Whoops. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no.
On this motion, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the majority whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that to be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number, with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments on the motion or motions. Number 1, Lujan, motion to commit. Number 2, Reed, motion to commit.
Without objection.
Yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from New Mexico.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance with instructions to report back forthwith.
Mr. President, recently a Republican colleague said regarding this bill's SNAP cuts, quote, "If we don't watch out, people are going to get hurt." He's right. People are going to get hurt. For the past 50 years, the United States of America has maintained a bipartisan promise to feed our children, our veterans, our seniors, and our working families. This bill betrays that promise. It cuts more than $1 trillion from Medicaid and SNAP, cuts that will harm all of our constituents. With this motion, I'm offering my colleagues the opportunity to step away from these devastating cuts, to show our fellow Americans that in this country, we care for our friends, family, and neighbors who need support. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can agree that this is a promise worth keeping. I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from New Mexico. The agriculture title of this bill takes a practical approach to improve SNAP by reducing waste, enhancing accountability, and encouraging recipients to move toward self-reliance through work and training. SNAP spending has nearly doubled since 2018, putting this vital program on an unsustainable path wrought with mismanagement and waste. This program has devolved into viewing success as enrolling more individuals to be dependent on government assistance. SNAP is long overdue for change. This motion would jeopardize the ability for the Senate to meet its reconciliation instructions and deliver the President's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blood-Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hovind, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to.
Madam President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Rhode Island, Mr. Reed, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, Medicaid is a lifeline for seniors. More than 7 million seniors get care through Medicaid, and 2 in 3 nursing homes residents pay for that care with Medicaid. The bill we are voting today takes away key revenue sources for states and nursing homes. Brown University School of Public Health has estimated that 579 nursing homes nationwide would be at risk of closing because of this bill. And even if nursing homes do not close, then they will have to reduce their beds. This motion would simply prevent any cuts in Medicaid that could lead to nursing home closures, something I believe we all can agree upon. And I would urge my colleagues to support this motion.
Idaho.
Madam President, Republicans are restoring integrity to the Medicaid program by closing loopholes and preventing states from exploiting Medicaid federal match rates. States' provider taxes for nursing homes and immediate care facilities are not phased down under this bill. Additionally, the bill repeals the harmful Biden administration's nursing home staffing rule that would have forced the closure of nursing homes and long-term care facilities. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
Madam President, I ask
Senator
the
from
yeas
Rhode
and
Island.
nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
No.
No. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray,
Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Yes, sir. Yep. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy. Thank you. Gotcha. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Warner, and Whitehouse. Ms. Collins, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Haggerty, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Moran, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, and Wicker. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Thank you. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye.
The United States to our Fed Chair, Jerome Powell. As the President has consistently stated, the American economy is booming. And there were so many economic analysts who said that this President's policies would drive our economy down, when in fact we have seen the opposite. We've seen a massive deregulation campaign take place. We've seen inflation completely diminished from where it was under the reckless spending and the bad policies of the previous incompetent administration. I would remind the Fed Chair, and I would remind the entire world, that this is a president who was a businessman first, and he knows what he is doing. He has a proven economic formula that worked in his first term as president, and it is working again. The one problem that remains is high interest rates for the American people. The American people want to borrow money cheaply, and they should be able to do that. But unfortunately, we have interest rates that are still too high. So the president sent this note to the Fed Chair today. And if you look at this chart, this is a chart of all of the interest rates of many countries throughout the world. At the top is Switzerland. They're only paying a quarter for interest rates. Cambodia, Japan, Denmark, Thailand, Botswana, Barbados, Taiwan, Bulgaria, Cuba, Sweden, Morocco, Cabo Verde, South Korea, Algeria, Canada, Albania, Libya, Malaysia, China, New Zealand, Trinidad and Tobago, Czechia, Bolivia, Australia, Costa Rica, the Bahamas, Kuwait, Papua New Guinea, Bosnia, United Kingdom, and the UAE are all paying lower interest rates than the United States of America, which has one of the hottest and strongest economies in the world. The President sent this note to the Fed chair. It says, Jerome, you are as usual too late. You have cost the USA a fortune and continue to do so. You should lower the rate by a lot. Hundreds of billions of dollars are being lost, and there is no inflation. And the President is right. There is historically low inflation thanks to his policies. And we will continue to drive down the cost of living in this country for Americans. We will continue to deregulate. And it's also incredibly important that we pass this one big beautiful bill, which is the largest tax cuts in American history. And that's why the White House and the President himself have been in touch with lawmakers all weekend long to get this bill passed. And they are working very hard to do so. It remains a top priority for the President. And this bill has exposed the clear differences between Republicans and Democrats in 2025. The Democrats are doubling down on craziness and radical policies that are undermining the very fabric of our country. Just look at the Democrat nominee for New York City Mayor, Zohran Mamdani. He's a Democrat socialist, really a communist, who proudly calls to defund the police, peddles anti-Semitism, praises pro-Hamas groups, wants Israel abolished, and believes wealthy Americans should not exist. Those are his words, just as recent as this weekend. Meanwhile, under President Trump's leadership, Republicans are fighting tirelessly for everyday, middle-class, working Americans who re-elected this president. And we're carrying out a revolution of common sense. And all of that is packed into this one big, beautiful bill. It delivers the largest middle and working class tax cuts in U.S. history. It keeps America safe by funding the largest ever one-time investment in border security. It's enough to reverse the Biden border invasion. And every single Democrat is against that, against securing our border and deporting millions of criminal illegal aliens. The one big beautiful bill also strengthens and protects Medicaid benefits, despite what Democrats are saying, for eligible American citizens who rely on it, like pregnant women, children, seniors, and people with disabilities, by eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse that threaten to destroy this program that was intended for the most vulnerable in our society. And every single Democrat in Congress is against rooting out that waste, fraud, and abuse and blocking the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are currently improperly receiving these benefits that should be going to American tax-paying citizens. The Democrats in Congress are more concerned with defending illegal aliens than they are hardworking Americans. And the big beautiful bill also revitalizes our military and enhances our defense capabilities, protects our country from emerging new threats by funding a cutting-edge missile defense system called the Golden Dome. And as we all know, the one big beautiful bill makes the Trump tax cuts permanent. The White House and the President are adamant that this bill is passed and that this bill makes its way to his desk. Republicans need to stay tough and unified during the home stretch, and we are counting on them to get the job done. So, with that, we will take up questions. John Fredericks is in our new media seat today. John, thanks for being here. We'll kick it to you.
Thank you, Caroline. Let's get to the one big beautiful bill first. It appears now you're going to get at least 50 votes in the Senate. There'll be some amendments. What is the President's confidence level in getting 218 votes in the House by the end of this week in order for him to sign it on Friday?
Well, look, we are very well aware, the President is very well aware, that this bill needs to not only pass out of the Senate, but it needs to go back to the House, and we need the full weight of the Republican conference to get behind this bill, and we expect them to, and we are confident that they will. The President has been working hand in hand with Senate Majority Leader Thune and also our House Republican leader, or the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, both of whom will be at the White House today to meet with the President yet again. I believe they were here this morning, actually.
I have one follow-up.
Sure.
You outlined Jerome Powell and the note that the President just sent to him. There are many who believe that Powell has been politicized in a lot of different ways. The President has not been shy about acting on things that he believes in. Why not just fire Jerome Powell and put in somebody that is going to lower rates? Why wait?
Well, it's a good question, and one you can ask the president, because that's a decision for him to make. But you're right to point out the politicization of the Fed, and it's very unfortunate for our country. But Jerome Powell cut rates numerous times ahead of the election when Joe Biden was in this Oval Office, but now he refuses to, and the economy is in a much better place. So there really isn't a good explanation for that, and the president is rightfully calling attention to it.
Thank you.
Kelly.
Good afternoon. On Iran, the president posted on his social that he is not even talking to them anymore. When we were at NATO, he said he expected the U.S. and Iran to have talks as early as this week, and that he might even want to see a written agreement. What is the update now if he's saying he's not even talking?
So as I told you from the podium last week, I said the administration, and namely our special envoy Steve Witkoff, has been in communication both directly and indirectly with the Iranians. That communication continues. The president himself has not talked to Iran, which he pointed out in his truth statement. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. Does President Trump want Zohran Mamdani deported?
I haven't heard him say that. I haven't heard him call for that. But certainly he does not want this individual to be elected. I was just speaking to him about it and his radical policies that will completely crush New York City, which is obviously a city that the president holds near and dear to his heart.
There's this Congressman, Andy Ogles. He wants the Attorney General Bondi to explore denaturalization proceedings because he thinks Mamdani could have misrepresented or concealed material support for terrorism based on rap lyrics he wrote in 2017. Does President Trump think this is a worthwhile use of the Attorney General's time?
Well, I'll let the president speak to that. I have not seen those claims, but surely if they are true, it's something that should be investigated.
And could President Trump see himself, you said you just talked to him about this, could he see himself working with a mayor, Mamdani, somebody who, on Meet the Press this weekend, was given 3 chances to condemn the phrase globalize the intifada, but he couldn't?
Yeah, look, the president is always willing to work with everyone. He's working with Democrats across the country, Democrat governors, and he said he'll work with people on the far left. He works with Republicans. He works with people in the middle. He wants to do what's right for America, but surely someone who holds these values and is quite literally a communist and condemns every value that makes this country great. Common sense, law and order, low taxes, working hard, and earning your keep in this country. He's against all of that, and I think the president would find it difficult to work with someone like that. If he is elected, I'm sure you'll hear more from the president on that, but we'll have to see. Hopefully the voters of New York City choose wisely. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president on Friday said that he was hopeful of a Gaza deal within the next week. Can you give us an update on any progress towards that, or on any talks that the White House is having with Israel on that?
Sure. Well, I know that Mr. Dermer is in Washington this week to meet with senior officials here at the White House. I also know that this administration is in constant communication with Israeli leadership, and the president himself speaks frequently, as you know, to Prime Minister Netanyahu. But this has been a priority for the president since he took office, to end this brutal war in Gaza. It is because of this president that humanitarian aid is being brought into the region. It's heartbreaking to see the images that have come out from both Israel and Gaza throughout this war, and the president wants to see it end. He wants to save lives, and however, the main priority for the president also remains to bring all of the hostages home out of Gaza. As you know, his tireless effort has brought home many of the hostages, including all of the American hostages who were held there. So he wants to see both things happen, and we're continuing to work very hard to do those things. Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. What is the White House's response to Senator Tillis's criticism articulated from the Senate floor yesterday, in which he said passing the big, beautiful bill would betray President Trump's promise to protect Medicaid?
Well, he is just wrong. And the president and the vast majority of Republicans who are supportive of this legislation are right. This bill protects Medicaid, as I laid out for you, for those who truly deserve this program, the needy, pregnant women, children, sick Americans who physically cannot work. And what it does is it ensures that able-bodied Americans who can work 20 hours a week are actually doing so, and that will therefore strengthen and protect those benefits for Americans who need it, as well as cutting out the waste, fraud, and abuse, as well as getting 1.4 million illegal aliens off of the program. So all of those measures are actually going to protect it for those who need it. That's the president's position, and that's what this bill does, and that's why Republicans need to vote for it and get it to the president's
But getting
desk.
that kind of criticism from a Republican senator, is that reason for concern for the passage of this?
No, it's not. We're confident this bill is going to be back at the White House by the 4th of July. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. On the New York mayoral race, does the president plan to make an endorsement? And secondly, on Jerome Powell, a lot of the focus obviously has been on interest rates and him keeping them high, but a new controversy erupted today. My colleague first reported that he's facing Chairman Jerome Powell is facing accusations of lying to Congress, which is a potential crime, about luxurious details of the Fed's $2.5 billion renovation project. Senator Loomis has called attention to this. Some experts want him to be investigated. Does the White House want these allegations investigated and, if found substantiated, punished?
I'll have to take a look at those allegations, and I will raise them to the president's attention and let him speak on them himself. To your first question regarding the mayoral race, the president was asked that yesterday by Maria Bartiromo. He refused to give an endorsement, so you won't get one from me at this podium unless he wants me to do that. Phil, go ahead.
Oh.
Sure. And then I can go to you.
Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you. The president said that he's working on a temporary pause for immigration enforcement in certain industries. I'm wondering what you can tell us about how he's determining which industries are deserving of a pass. He mentioned farmers, but what about, say, construction workers? I mean, shouldn't there just be one standard here?
I don't have any more details to read out for you, but what I can tell you is that the White House is working closely every day with the Department of Agriculture as well as the Department of Homeland Security when it comes to workforce enforcement, worksite enforcement, and the president's focus and the focus of this administration is, of course, to remove public safety threats from the streets and to deport as many of the illegal criminals, especially the violent criminals that we know are still here because of the previous administration. So that's the main priority and the goal.
And then the president has already made cuts to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, but now Senator Tom Cotton has put forward a bill that would cut the office by another 60%. What's the president's reaction to that legislation, and is this something that he would support, those additional cuts?
I don't know if the president's even aware of that legislation, but I will get you a response if he is aware and if he wants to respond to it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. You mentioned the dangerous wildlife at the alligator Alcatraz. Is that a design feature? Why is the president going with this mega bill in such a precarious position in the Senate? And then also, can you talk about the CBO estimate that it would add about 11 million uninsured?
Well, look, when you have illegal murderers and rapists and heinous criminals in a detention facility surrounded by alligators, yes, I do think that's a deterrent for them to try to escape. We do know that some of these illegal criminals have escaped from other detention facilities, like one in New Jersey, which I know was recently reported on. So, of course, we want to keep the American people safe, and we want to remove these public safety threats from our streets, and we want to effectively detain them as best as we can. As for why the president is going, I think his trip to this detention facility actually underscores the need to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill, because we need more detention facilities across the country. The last administration let in nearly 20 million illegal people from all over the world, and this administration is focused on arresting and detaining them. But in comparison to that 20 million illegal criminal population in our country, we only have 7,000 ICE agents in the interior who are doing this very important work. And so we obviously need more personnel, we need more resources, and that's why we need to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill.
On the CBOs.
Go ahead. Yes, in the pink.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Can you please share some details of China trade deal? Has the U.S. agreed to ease some technology export restrictions?
Sure. Well, the final language that was agreed upon in both Geneva and in London was signed just past week. We can get you that final text of the agreement. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
Eamon, and then behind you.
Okay, thanks, Caroline. So on Jay Powell, has the president got a short list of who he wants to see as Jay Powell's successor, and is he going to name a successor as early as this summer?
I won't get ahead of the president on any announcements on that.
Does he like Scott Bessent for the job?
Again, I won't get ahead of the president.
And on TikTok, if you could real quick, he said yesterday he's got a buyer, but the question there is, does he have a seller? And do you have any indication from the Chinese government that they've authorized a sale of TikTok to the U.S. or to U.S. buyers?
What I can tell you is that these discussions with China regarding the sale of TikTok have been ongoing at the highest level, and they will continue. As you know, we have another 90-day extension, and it's just to continue to work out this deal and make sure that TikTok stays on for the American people. That's the president's main goal in this, while protecting their privacy and their security. Behind you, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. The president has been calling for a deal in Gaza for 2 days and many posts. Who is blocking the deal? And one other thing, when he posted on Netanyahu's trial, also he said it interferes with the negotiations on Iran and on Gaza. What did he mean by that?
I'm sorry, to your second question?
The second question, when he posted about the Israeli Prime Minister trial,
Yes.
he said it interferes with the negotiations on Gaza and on Iran. What did he mean by that?
It interferes because it physically and logistically was interfering. The Prime Minister was slated to go to court last week when he's in the middle of negotiating a peace deal and bringing hostages out of a war-torn region. And so the President was simply, I think, emphasizing his empathy that he has for Bibi Netanyahu and seeing him go what he's going through with his own judicial system in the state of Israel. Clearly, the President knows that very well. He, too, was a victim of a judicial system that was trying to put him in jail, as you all know. You all covered it. But President Trump prevailed. That's why he's back in the Oval Office, and he believes that Bibi Netanyahu is a great leader for the people of Israel. The President just worked with him closely to end that 12-day war and to obliterate Iran's nuclear facility, to take out that imminent threat, not just to the state of Israel, but also to the United States of America and the rest of the world. And he believes that Prime Minister Netanyahu should be praised for that. Go ahead.
Ms. Caroline, on the mega bill and the amendment that would limit Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act, does the President want that amendment to pass?
The President wants this bill to pass. Meredith.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. On trade, we have this looming July 9th deadline coming up. We heard the Treasury Secretary say that he expects to wrap up these trade deals by Labor Day, but when President Trump was asked yesterday about any extensions by July 9th, he said he didn't think that would be necessary. So is the President ruling out any extensions on trade for any nations, even if they're negotiating in good faith?
Well, you heard from him directly. He said he did not think that it would be necessary. He is going to set the rates for many of these countries if they don't come to the table to negotiate in good faith. And he is meeting with his trade team this week to do that. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I just watched a CNN segment on a new app called Ice Block, and it kind of appeared to be promoting this app where you can tell people where ICE agents are. Given the recent rise...
An app that tells people where ICE agents are?
Yes. And given the rise, I believe, 500% increase in assaults on ICE agents, I wanted to see if you could comment on that and why CNN would be promoting such an app.
Well, it's a very good question. I'll have to go back and watch the clip myself, but surely it sounds like this would be an incitement of further violence against our ICE officers. As you know, as you stated, there's been a 500% increase in violence against ICE agents, law enforcement officers across the country who are just simply trying to do their jobs and remove public safety threats from our communities. And that's something we as Americans, including journalists at CNN who live in many of these cities where illegal aliens are hiding and were let in from the previous administration, should be very grateful for. So we haven't seen the clip. We'll take a look at it, but certainly it's unacceptable that a major network would promote such an app that is encouraging violence against law enforcement officers who are trying to keep our country safe.
Caroline.
Shelby.
I just wanted to get a clarification on the Senator Rick Scott's amendment. It sounds like the president is agnostic about whether it's attached. Is that accurate?
Look, I'm not going to get into the details of the discussions that are ongoing right now, but the president wants these senators to come to a conclusion, to get this bill back to the White House as soon as possible and make sure that it's a piece of legislation that can make its way back through the House as well. So obviously there's some ping-ponging between both sides of Capitol Hill right now, but that's why Senator Thune and Speaker Johnson are working with the president in lockstep every step of the way. In the back, News Nation, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The president did
and then in front of you, yes.
In front of
Sure, I'll take both of you.
The president did announce last week that the trade deal with India is closed and this could happen anytime soon. Are there any roadblocks as of now? Are there any updates on that?
And how does the President see this about China's role or its influence in the Indo-Pacific region?
Sure, yes. The President said that last week, and it remains true. I actually just spoke to our Secretary of Commerce about it. He was in the Oval Office with the President. They are finalizing these agreements, and you'll hear from the President and his team, his trade team, very soon when it comes to India.
On China? How do we counter China on that front?
Yes, I mean, look, India remains a very strategic ally in the Asia-Pacific, and the President has a very good relationship with Prime Minister Modi, as you know, and he will continue to have that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Carolyn. On the reconciliation bill, Senator Tillis from the floor yesterday seemed to suggest President Trump was getting bad counsel on the effects of the bill. Is President Trump aware of the analyses, and there are several of these, that suggest if rural hospitals potentially close, if there are Medicaid patients in the millions that become ineligible for that?
Yes, and that claim is just simply untrue. Rural hospitals comprise 7% of all hospital spending on Medicaid, and that illustrates that they have not benefited from the massive increase of waste, fraud, and abuse under the Biden administration. So this bill strengthens Medicaid. It will protect those benefits that hardworking Americans need, and that's why the President wants this bill to pass. The Senator was wrong. The President put out a Truth Social post addressing it, and then the Senator announced he's no longer running for office anymore. So I think that case has been closed, and the White House is continuing to focus on getting this legislation to the President's desk for his signature. Go ahead. Yes, you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, you and then you. There's confusion here.
I'm good. A question on Syria.
Go ahead.
Has the Syrian government get back to you that they are ready to join the Abraham Accord? Is there any discussion with the Syrian and Israeli government for having a security agreement? Is the first question. And the second question, what's the end goal for talking with the Iranian? Is that only focused on the nuclear program, or are you willing to speak about other issues like the proxy groups and ballistic missiles, or even trade with Iran?
So as for discussions between Syria and Israel, you'll have to reach out to those respective governments. I can't comment on that. But what I can tell you is that this afternoon, the President will be signing an executive order to terminate the United States sanctions program on Syria. And this is in an effort to promote and support the country's path to stability and peace. The order will remove sanctions on Syria while maintaining sanctions on the former President Assad, his associates, human rights abusers, drug traffickers, persons linked to chemical weapons activities, ISIS and their affiliates, and Iranian proxies. And this is, again, an action that the President promised and shocked the world with in Saudi Arabia, because he's committed to supporting a Syria that is stable, unified, and at peace with itself and its neighbors. The President met with Syria's new president when we were in the Middle East, as you know, and so this is another promise made and promise kept by this President to promote peace and stability in the region.
Thank you,
Sure.
Questions on two topics, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Iris Howard, NTD here. First on Canada. Canada says it's now dropping its digital services tax on American tech companies days after President Trump says he's halting all trade talks with Canada. First, what's the President's reaction to this? Can you tell us more about his call with Prime Minister Carney over the weekend? How did he get Carney to drop it? And also, what's the impact on American tech companies given this latest progress, as the President says he has been fighting for American tech companies?
It's very simple. Prime Minister Carney in Canada caved to President Trump in the United States of America. And President Trump knows how to negotiate, and he knows that he is governing the best country and the best economy in this world, on this planet. And every country on the planet needs to have good trade relationships with the United States. And it was a mistake for Canada to vow to implement that tax. That would have hurt our tech companies here in the United States. The President made his position quite clear to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister called the President last night to let the President know that he would be dropping that tax, which is a big victory for our tech companies and our American workers here at home.
And on Harvard, if you don't mind, the administration today formally accused Harvard of violating civil rights laws by not doing enough to fight anti-Semitism. We know that the President has talked to us before about Harvard potentially having a deal with the administration in the coming days. Do you have an updated timeline for that? How's the negotiations going? And is more pressure needed for Harvard to take fighting anti-Semitism seriously?
Well, there was quite a direct letter that was sent to Harvard this morning, as you know. The negotiations are taking place behind closed doors, so I won't comment on that. But what I will share with all of you, for those who haven't seen it, is the context of this letter, because I think it's very important. And this comes from the Department of Health and Human Services, which concluded after a thorough investigation that Harvard University is in a violent violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin. And if you read some of the content of the investigation and what they found, the majority of Jewish students reportedly experienced negative bias or discrimination on their campus, while a quarter of Jewish students at Harvard felt physically unsafe. Jewish and Israeli students were assaulted and spit on. They hid their kippahs for fear of being harassed and concealed their Jewish identity from classmates for fear of ostracization. Images were widely circulated amongst the Harvard community that trafficked in obvious anti-Semitic tropes, including one that showed a $sign inside of a Star of David, and the campus was vandalized with anti-Semitic stickers, including one that showed the Israeli flag with a swastika. The Harvard campus was racked by demonstrations, as you all know, violent protests that violated the university's rules of conduct. The demonstrations called for genocide and murder, denied Jewish and Israeli students access to campus spaces. These are all facts that Harvard cannot dispute, and that's why the administration has found them in violation of Title VI and has threatened to withhold their federal funding, because if you break federal law, you should not be receiving federal tax dollars. And so I rest my case on Harvard. Andrea.
Yeah. So President Macron of France earlier today said that tariffs levied by powerful countries are often a form of blackmail, and criticized the sort of process that's underway. Didn't mention the United States specifically, but said that these tariffs are really hurting developing countries. So there's this big UN conference going on. What do you say to that? What is the president, was he aware of that comment, and did he have any response?
I think the president and the White House would certainly reject that characterization by Prime Minister Macron. Tariffs are an effective use of presidential power to bring back the middle class, to bring back our manufacturing industry, which was the backbone of our American economy and has been hollowed out by globalist politicians who have caved to foreign countries instead of doing what's right for American workers. That's why the president is effectively utilizing his authority to wage tariffs and to utilize tariffs, and continues to be in discussions and negotiations on trade to do what's right for America. And Europe and the rest of the world might not be used to that, but President Trump is back in town, and he's going to do what's right for our people and our country.
Can I just follow up on Netanyahu? So there's a report in Israeli media that the Prime Minister will actually be here, that Netanyahu will be here today meeting with the President. Can you confirm that?
I don't believe Prime Minister Netanyahu is here today. Okay. I think you guys would know about that by now. Okay. Unless there's something going on I don't know about, but I don't believe he is. I do know he has expressed interest in coming to Washington and meeting with the President, and we are working on a date for that. I do not believe it is today, but that would be fun. You never know in this White House, let's be honest. Go ahead.
Thanks, Carolyn. Does the president support this new measure in the big, beautiful bill that would impose steep new taxes on new wind and solar projects?
I believe you're referring to the credits for wind and solar projects.
No, and we're talking about the new tax. There's a new tax that it's estimated would add 10 to 20% to the cost of any new wind and solar projects that start after this year.
Again, I don't want to comment on the specifics of provisions, but I'm sure the President will speak on that directly. Again, this is an ongoing process. The President continues to be very much engaged with the leadership in both the Senate and the House to get this bill back to his desk.
Did the President ask for that provision? Because the National Building Trades Union is saying that it's the equivalent of terminating more than 1,000 Keystone XL pipeline projects. Is that something that would concern him?
Well, the President spoke on this yesterday in his interview, and he said he understands that legislators want to protect jobs in their communities and in their districts. And so he understands why some of them are against this provision, but he also understands why people want the provision. So again, this is an ongoing deliberation and discussion, and the President is engaged in this very much. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. We've been hearing from White House officials for weeks that you're close on trade deals with a number of countries. Can we get any update on
which countries will have deals by the 9th and when they're making announcements?
I'll let the president and the trade team speak on it.
Or can you respond to the CBO estimate that the Senate bill would increase the deficit by nearly 3.3 trillion?
This is one of the most fiscally conservative pieces of legislation that has ever made its way through Capitol Hill. There's $2 trillion in mandatory savings in this bill, and not only that, the projected growth that this bill will bring to our economy. It will be an economic boom. The Council of Economic Advisors has an analysis that shows that the bill will generate $4.1 trillion in economic growth, and it will cut taxes, putting more money back into the American people's pockets. That's why this president wants this bill to pass, and I know he's busy working the phones and doing what he needs to do today to make it happen. So we'll see you all later. Thank you. We'll see you in Florida. Thank you.
Still no clarity on the time.
This is Paul. Yeah. Yep, you got it. All right, we still on time? Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Thanks. Appreciate the note.
Boy. Hey, you got good things. How's it going? It's going well. Hey, how are you? Alex. Hey, how's it going? Good, man. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. We returned. The Wanderer returned. Yeah, I know, right? That's crazy. Yeah. How was it? Was it? Yeah. You're in The Hague, right? Yeah. when they
Oh,
started
it
at 8.
started. And they're actually on time.
Was it full house? You guys all know that one. Did you not? Heard about it too. I think the Pentagon probably heard about it too.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, okay.
Happy Monday. I'll explain in a moment. I will explain in a moment. Thank you for being here. It's a Monday, and I will be a little short today as the President is beginning some signings at the White House and the Oval Office. We don't want to conflict, so forgive me in that regard. But I do have a few announcements for you here, and we'll start. President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio continue to deliver on this administration's vision of peace through strength, resolute diplomacy backed by principled leadership. On June 27th, Secretary Rubio, Undersecretary Allison Hooker, and Senior Advisor Massad Boulos hosted the ministerial signing of a landmark peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. The agreement marks a historic milestone for the Great Lakes region, bringing an end to a 30-year war. The United States, in coordination with the African Union, Qatar, and Togo, will continue supporting full implementation of this comprehensive peace deal to pave the way for mutual prosperity. Tomorrow, Secretary Rubio will welcome his Quad counterparts from Australia, India, and Japan to Washington to reaffirm our shared commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. This ministerial reinforces our joint resolve to defend sovereignty, strengthen regional maritime security, and build resilient supply chains. And as you may know, today, President Trump will issue a new executive order lifting U.S. sanctions on Syria, reaffirming his belief that the Syrian people deserve a future of safety and prosperity. This policy reflects the president's conviction that American leadership can unlock new paths to regional stability. Finally, the department's Middle East Task Force ended its activities on Friday, June 27th. U.S. embassies and consulates throughout the region are open and providing routine and emergency consular services. The department also continues to share information and updates with U.S. citizens affected by the conflict. As of today, we have sent nearly 100 security alerts since the onset of the crisis. Additionally, a total of 16 flights departed Israel with over 650 U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents and their accompanying immediate family members. We are grateful to our partners in the region, particularly Greece, Italy, and Cyprus, for welcoming U.S. citizens on these assisted departure flights, and to our partners in Qatar and around the world. It is a good thing to be able to say that today to you. I now welcome your questions. All right, yes, Humaira. Not that you have anything ever on your mind. Let's do it.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yes, ma'am.
So, a couple of questions. One on Israel, actually. I was going to ask about Syria, but I'll get to it later. So, Haaretz newspaper last week reported that Israel's military advocate general has ordered an investigation into possible war crimes over allegations that Israeli forces deliberately fired at Palestinian civilians near Gaza aid distribution sites. These are the ones that GHF does, as you know. And then today, Israeli military acknowledged that Palestinian civilians were harmed at these aid distribution centers. So I'm wondering, in light of these assessments, is the administration going to rethink allocating that money to GHF?
Well, I think the answer to that certainly is no. What we do expect, and the IDF and Israel have announced that they are, of course, investigating certain incidents. It is a good time for a reminder here that Hamas is responsible for the current situation in Gaza. They, of course, initiated the attacks on October 7th. They continue to refuse to lay down their arms or to free the remaining hostages, including the remains of 2 Americans, and use violence to interfere with aid deliveries to the people of Gaza who are in dire need of food and aid. So in the meantime, I think that we also have to recognize that, of course, this remains a war zone effectively. There are 4 sites working for the GHF. We are coming up to, I think, about 51 million meals distributed. It is certainly not easy. There are efforts and those on the ground who do not want this to be a success, who have made the lives of the people of Gaza miserable for decades now. And this is a key, unlocking a door to a better future. So this is what the president has asked for. which is a new approach for Gaza. There's a demand, understandably, for aid to get in. The GHF is doing that. And as we also, of course, decry loss of life and the violence that it continues, but that's why we do what we do, and we continue to work for a ceasefire as well.
Yeah, I understand all that. A quick follow-up on that. I completely understand what you're saying, but does the administration have any concern about this? I mean, these are Israeli Israeli authorities accepting that Palestinians have been harmed. Perhaps is the administration thinking about talking to GHF for risk mitigation?
Yes, I won't get into the details of the conversations that are had. Obviously, you know that our work there doesn't stop. We continue on. We're still working. The president noted the other day that there's potential for a ceasefire. We look forward to that. Clearly, it's been maybe a little over a week since American power and Donald Trump's leadership has changed the Middle East forever. So there's still more to do. We recognize that Israel is doing the appropriate thing with investigating certain allegations, and we certainly, like everyone else, will be watching that. And at the same time, we also know that there are people on the ground who want to disrupt and disturb the success of this because of the nature of this industrial complex that has allowed this to go on for decades. So we are working to get aid in, at the same time still working for that ceasefire, still hoping to make the difference for Gaza. And of course, I think our action and the issues with Iran speak to our commitment to changing the Middle East so people can live in peace. Andrea Mitchell.
Thank you so much. A related follow-up, acknowledging that obviously Hamas started this on October 7th and since, and broke the ceasefire and are still holding hostages. And some of us have not only witnessed the October 7th video, the IDF video, but the subsequent Nova video, which is profoundly disturbing. Acknowledging all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
How does the president's aspirations for a ceasefire, now that the landscape has been changed appreciably, how is that affected by the Israeli strikes in Gaza City today? How does he view any of that with alarm? Are there conversations with the government of Israel?
I would caution that with reports from the area, that we in fact honor the fact that there are investigations and to wait for actual facts. That I think will be very useful. Again, at the same time, we know the president has an excellent relationship with Bibi Netanyahu, that we in fact have made a commitment he has from the beginning of this administration to change that environment. And it's that commitment remains. Certainly, we know the story is that 51 million meals have been distributed through the region, through Gaza. We also know the president has called for new ideas. This is part of that. And the regional partners are acting on that as well. We know this can't continue. Israel is an ally of ours. We, of course, I'm not going to discuss or presume to know the conversations the president's having. That is his prerogative.
May I just clarify?
Yes, ma'am.
I may have been imprecise. I was not referring to any strikes on the age of food delivery. I was referring to separate strikes that have been reported in the north, in Gaza City, that resulted in several casualties.
Well, again, this is a war zone. Hamas has still not put down their weapons. We had a ceasefire, which they violated and refused to engage in another one. We continue, despite all of that, to get another ceasefire, but the ceasefire was broken by Hamas. It's a war. If to speak about the specifics of what Israel is doing, I would direct you to the Israeli government. And I think it's important to recognize that this is a process that is ongoing. Our role in this is to help ease the suffering as much as we can, and certainly part of that is going to hopefully get a ceasefire. The president is optimistic, and so we will be as well. Right. Matt Lee maybe has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I do. I do want to ask about Syria, but first I just want to very, very briefly.
I might want to go on and on, Matt. I don't know.
How do you decide? Well, my question is going to be very, very brief.
Oh, all right. Yes.
How do you decide when it's okay to speak about revoking someone's visa? Because for years and years and years, decades in fact, in covering this building, it's always the mantra has been visa records are confidential. Mm-hmm. And yet we have a situation where an entertainer in the UK has had his visa revoked very publicly by the Deputy Secretary of State in a tweet, retweeted by Secretary Rubio, and confirmed by other officials. So, what's the deal with this law? Does it not really apply unless you want it to? Unless you don't want to talk about it?
Well, yeah, I can't speak to the decisions at the times of when to discuss something of this sort. What we do know is a very public dynamic with individuals. We have a very public policy and procedure and process now that we're discussing regarding national security and how we are handling the visa process. In this particular case, of course, what you're referring to is the tweet from our Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, that the State Department has revoked the U.S. visas for the members of the Bob Villain band in light of their hateful tirade at Glastonbury, including leading the crowd in death chants. Foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country. Now, we've stated that when it comes to how we vet people, if they are going to be coming here to be helpful, to be nice people, to be great tourists, or if they're coming for other reasons, that every sovereign nation has a right to decide who's going to come to this country. So we've been public about that standard. And this was a very public event that violated, as you've seen from the Deputy Secretary's tweet, that very basic standard about the nature of who we want to let into the country. That's all right. It is important the American people support us taking care about who comes here. And I think his tweet and the Secretary's language and his approach on the policy speaks for itself.
Okay, so basically, if it's a public kind of facing thing, then
I didn't say that. I said in this case that that's what has occurred. And I think that it's the policy certainly is clear for individuals, but when we're thinking about the nature of the policy itself that has been publicly discussed, they chose to do so this time.
And then just also very briefly on Syria, there is this, as you mentioned, the president's going to be signing this executive order
Correct.
Shortly in the next 10, 15
That's
minutes
right.
or so. Can you give us an idea what the State Department component of the impact of what this will do? What is state? Because I know it's Treasury and Commerce all involved. So what happens at the State Department after this EO is signed?
Well, it is sanctions and aspects like that, of course, belong to the Treasury. A lot of people don't know that they're the ones who manage that with the application, the nature of what occurs. I will repeat what my colleague Caroline said just a little bit ago about this event. The president is going to sign an executive order to terminate the U.S. sanctions program on Syria, and this is in an effort to promote and support the country's path towards stability and peace. The order will remove sanctions on Syria while maintaining sanctions on the former President Assad, his associates, human rights abusers, drug traffickers, persons linked to chemical weapons activities, ISIS members and their affiliates, and Iranian proxies. Again, this is an action that the president has promised and shocked the world within Saudi Arabia, because when he first announced this plan, he is committed to supporting a Syria that is stable, united, and at peace with itself and its neighbors. So in this particular application, of course, this is about the Treasury, it's about the White House, and certainly our special envoy, Ambassador Barrack, and his now application and work getting that country back on its feet. All right, Sean.
Can I go back to the music?
Yes, sir.
On Glastonbury, just getting to the decision to revoke the visas. Members of this administration, particularly the vice president, have been very vocal about free expression, saying that even if things are hateful, particularly the vice president took to task Germany and to a certain extent the UK, saying that there are laws that prohibit hateful content and insults, that those are inappropriate. What's the difference here? I mean, I'm not justifying, I'm not supporting the Bob Dylan as a band, but why is it that that this speech is out of line while you have there's at the same time a push to not to outlaw free expression elsewhere when it comes to insults?
Right. I think that, again, this is not about the nature of a concert, I suppose, but it really is about our standards, about who we let in the country. That we're not telling people what they can sing about or what they can say. It's not involved here at all. They obviously felt free to say what they were saying and chanting at Glastonbury, and they can do that. And we can do what we do. So it really is about the issue of national security, about issues of violence, the increase certainly of anti-Semitism, but of terrorism in general. that dynamic, the crime in the United States, what happened with the open border, the transnational gangs that are here, this kind of wanton dynamic that has ruined American lives, that has created cities that are unlivable, and every American deserves better. They deserve to know they have leadership, as we do now. And that's why they voted for Donald Trump, was simple, basic law and order, respect for your neighbor, and if you're coming to this country, respect for the people who are here. So I think that when we think about why you have a visa system, which is in part to vet and to stop and to ask questions, is to take that seriously.
Well, can I just say, in one other case, a free expression, Hungary, Prime Minister Orban, who of course is a close ally of the president, tried to ban a pride parade this weekend. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people came out. Does the U.S. have a view on that? Do you think that it's justified to ban an LGBTQ pride parade?
Well, when the vice president or any of us speak about the nature of policy, or I think what's important regarding freedom of expression, that's our plan and what we feel is important to convey, and then what countries do is their business. Events happen all over the world, as we know, every day, which the United States has no comment about. And we have nothing to add on this matter. But again, I think it's about what what countries do, the choices they make with their nations, and what citizens do and how they respond to that.
With respect, I mean, the U.S. did criticize the UK over bans on anti-abortion protesters.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any contradiction in not saying
Well,
anything about
again, I'm not going to speak to individual situations or instances or comments that are made. Again, we have events that happen all the time all over the world, which might be worth commenting on, but we don't comment on all of them, I think, for a very good reason. Yes, sir.
On events happening all over the world, in Nigeria recently, more than 200 people were slaughtered earlier this month in a series of attacks on Christian villages by Islamic militants. Some 6,000 were displaced. What's state doing to address this? Is there anything state can do to address this?
Well, I can't speak about what is being discussed now or is in any kind of diplomatic conversations or planning, et cetera, but I'm going to be briefing again on Wednesday. Today is a unique week because we have the Quad with the Secretary tomorrow, which I'll be a part of, so we'll be briefing on Wednesday. Let's take that back and find out where that stands and what our plans are. I'll have that for you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. We'll move to Ukraine, if I may. Russians are stepping up their air attacks on Ukraine, which happen to be larger than ever before. The president on Friday addressed the Ukraine issue, and he said that Putin, quote unquote, respects our country again. Well, hours after that, Putin unleashed the largest ever air attack on Ukraine. Do you think Russia respects President Trump?
I'm sorry, do I think?
Do you think Russia respects President Trump? President Trump says that they respect me, and next thing we see, hours after that, they launch the largest.
Well, I don't. I've certainly, for obvious reasons, refused to characterize the most powerful man in the world who is saving this country and the world at this time. But I can tell you other things that he has said. Most recently, on the 25th, he said, "I consider him, Putin, a person that's been misguided." I'm very surprised, actually. I thought we would have had that settled, talking about certain issues. He also said, he called the other day, he said, "Can I help you with Iran?" I said, no, you can help me with Russia. You help me to get a settlement with Russia, and I think we're going to be able to get that done too. And also on Putin's ambitions regarding Ukraine, he said, I know one thing is that he'd like to settle. He'd like to get out of this thing. It's a mess for him. So the president, in negotiating and dealing with some of the worst conflicts, certainly that we've ever had, the carnage that is going on, the president is the one person who's been able to bring everyone to the table, who's willing to talk to everyone, who has the power of the United States at his back and the support of the American people. And I think that he understands, and he has repeated again within the last few days, just his frustration and lack of acceptance at the attacks that have gone on in Ukraine by Russia, and that it has to stop, that there are too many people dying. This remains a key element for his administration. It is a key part of the work that his administration as a whole is doing, is our support for Ukraine and the need for that carnage to stop.
For some of us covered the president's trip last week, and you addressed from the podium his signature achievement, which is 5% of GDP spending. among NATO members. Lavrov today called it catastrophic, and he said that defense spending decision could lead, quote unquote, NATO's collapse. How do you read that?
Yes, I'm not going to speak to that, but what we do know is what apparently bothers Russia is the fact that NATO is going to be strongly returning to its original roots of being a deterrent. And that is what NATO's job has been. The advancement of their commitment to defense is remarkable, and not only we of course support NATO completely, and their role is imperative for a safe and stable Europe, and that's the point. Being a deterrent, this kind of defense spending helps them achieve that, and of course it is something that would not have happened without President Trump's encouragement and demand, and so we're excited about that. Yes, sir, in the back there.
Thank you very much. Two quick questions. Some regional sources said this week or next week the U.S. representative to Syria will meet Mazloum Kobani and Prime Minister Masroor Barzani in Erbil. Can you update us about that?
No, I can't speak to any ongoing meetings or meetings that may or may not be coming up.
And second question about Iran. Iran's representative to United Nations has said that the conditions are not favorable for negotiation with the United States. What is your response to this statement, and what is your message would you like to send to the Iranian people?
Well, to the Iranian people, of course, as we've always been saying, is that every country is in the hands of its own people. When it comes to what Iran's leadership is saying, of what's left of it, the president's words and the president's position is the one that prevails here. It is his guiding hand, and he has been very transparent about his opinion, his desire for Iran to move into the normal order with countries, but also his awareness that, as he has stated, that he continues to be willing to do whatever is necessary to make sure there's peace in the region. And now this is the unusual point because of the president's schedule. It is 30 past the hour. I'm going to wrap it up today, but I will see you again on Wednesday. And you know how to reach me here. I think I've got an email. All right, thank you, everyone. Have a great day. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Anything on the RIPS?
No.
Why are there so many of us here today?
When I texted Zach, he said,
Why don't you take it for the week ahead?
yeah. And they want to grab on all the energy solar stuff. I mean, we can talk about Trump's trip tomorrow, or we could do that tomorrow, I guess.
But today you were told not to do it. Today you were told not to do it, so today you don't do it. Period. We just told you twice today not to do it. Did we not? Did we not? Then what's your question? Okay? Is the biggest thing that you have to do. For what people from here. I understand that. I agree with you. Why can't you go right here? I mean, what? Because you, that's perfect. That's perfect. That's all we have. That's all we have. We get listen, it's 24 hours of balance here. They come down and up. Thank you so much. We shouldn't have to worry about it. Oh, thank you. I got you. I got you. Thank you. area, Gus? Yeah. Yep.
Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lee, Lummis, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
peaceful. On this vote, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 47. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendment in order prior to a vote in relation to amendments or motions. Kane, motion to commit, and Blumenthal, motion to commit.
Without objection.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Virginia, Mr. Kane, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, 30% of the federal workforce is veterans, compared with only 6% of the overall workforce. The Trump administration has fired more veterans than any administration in the history of the United States. Derek Copeland, as an example, was a 20-year Air Force veteran who trained bomb-sniffing dogs. He then took a job with the Department of Agriculture to train dogs to sniff out illegal agricultural products. He was fired 11 days before the end of his probationary year. His termination letter said, "You have not demonstrated that your further employment at the agency would be in the public interest." He said, "I gave blood, sweat, and tears to this country for 20 years to continue service to the federal government. I feel like I've been thrown out like a piece of trash." My motion hits pause on this bill and would stop mass firing of veterans because it's wrong, and I would ask my colleagues to support my motion.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Montana.
Well, I thank my colleague, the other Tim, for his concern for our veterans. I feel compelled to note that this motion alone would stop the big, beautiful bill in its tracks. I've been asking for months, where was the Democrat outrage similarly when we laid off tens of thousands of veterans and contractors during the COVID vaccine hesitancy pandemic? There were no due process and no consideration for their service was given. Democrats trying to nitpick and derail this bill by disguising the fact that they are advocating for the largest tax increase in the history of mankind, a $4 trillion tax increase. That's what they're really advocating for. This is also completely unnecessary. Federal law requires the Office of Personnel Management to consider military preference in hiring within our federal workforce. We have to stop using veterans as political pawns. The best thing we can do for veterans is have a strong, capable federal government that is fiscally sound. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Do I have remaining time?
6 seconds.
We can stop this, and we should. President Trump's only been in office 6 months, and he's already fired more veterans than any president in American history. Please vote yes.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Booker, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Young. Mr. Marshall? No. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Murray, Mrs. Murray. Aye. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito. No. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman. Aye. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Markowski, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Schiff, Aye. Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Mullen, Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Kennedy, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47. The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to. Chair recognizes the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a motion to commit. I have a motion to
Clerk
commit
will
at the
report.
desk.
The senator from Connecticut, Mr. Blumenthal, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the committee.
Reading of the motion be dispensed with. Thank you, Mr. President. I make this motion to commit the reconciliation bill to the Armed Services Committee on behalf of myself and Senator Schumer, because President Trump earlier this year solicited and accepted a $200 million gift from the government of Qatar, a Boeing 747 jet, to be retrofitted supposedly for use as Air Force One. Make no mistake, this transfer is illegal. It's a blatant violation of the Constitution's emolument clause, which prohibits exactly this kind of foreign gift, risking undue foreign influence. It's also abhorrently wasteful, costing taxpayers at least $1.5 billion to strip it down and install all the necessary security systems. And it won't even be ready before the end of Trump's term. And now we learn from the Air Force Secretary just last week that the money will be transferred from modernization of our nuclear arsenal, the Sentinel Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Program. It is a sacrifice of our national security. Illegal, exorbitantly costly, dangerous to our national defense. We should stand up to this corrupt self-dealing. This motion, which I've worked on with Senators Schumer and Schatz, would send the bill back to the Armed Services Committee with instruction to add a prohibition on using funds for this unconstitutional, wasteful self-enrichment. I yield the floor.
Senator from Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the 8th motion to recommit that our friends across the aisle have offered. Each one of these would actually have the effect of ending this process and prohibiting this bill from being passed, and that's the reason they keep offering them. I just want to point out there is nothing in this reconciliation bill about presidential aircraft, the current one or any future ones. Our colleagues are working on the specific, have worked on the specifics, and I know my friend from Connecticut knows this because he's a senior member of the committee. We have specifically outlined every purpose for which the $150 billion is to be used by the administration. And not only that, I have received an assurance from every witness we have who has come before the committee to become a member of this administration that they will follow our directions without exception. So given the fact that there's no funding in this bill for any presidential aircraft, and that the Department of Defense portion of this reconciliation is accompanied by specific language as to where it should be spent, I ask for another no vote on these dilatory motions to commit.
Mr. President, in the 30 seconds I have left, let me just respond.
Time, Senator has no time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Duckworth, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Reed, Schiff, Van Hollen, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Johnson, Langford, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Paul, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Moran, no. No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no.
Everyone.
Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. The amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Gagel, motion to commit. Hassan, motion to commit.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at desk.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Arizona, Mr. Gallego, moves to commit the bill.
Mr. President, I ask the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to offer a motion to strike provisions that cut Medicaid funding for substance abuse disorder treatment. Families across the country are facing the heartbreaking reality of loved ones battling substance use disorders. For many, Medicaid is the only way to afford the treatment they need. Republican efforts to cut Medicaid funding for substance abuse treatment is cruel. It hurts those who have shown the bravery to seek help and undermines our nation's efforts to combat public health crises such as the fentanyl epidemic. At the same time, this Republican bill will give the wealthiest Americans and large corporations tax cuts and loopholes that will only benefit the elite. We can continue to fund substance use disorder treatment by finally making corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. I urge my colleagues to support this motion to protect those seeking treatment and finally make corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, Republicans are strengthening Medicaid and setting it on a more fiscally sustainable path by targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. This bill does not take Medicaid away from children or the elderly, the disabled, or the medically frail, adults caring for children and elderly relatives, or any recipient the program was originally designed to help. It increases eligibility to home and community-based services, which will increase access to mental health or substance abuse disorder treatments. If this motion were adopted, it would delay a vote on this bill and stand in the way of Republicans' efforts to prevent a $4 trillion tax hike on working families and deliver additional tax relief to the middle class. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Questions on the motion?
Ask for yeas and nays.
I think I said that.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Wyden. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no.
Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no.
sir. Yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to.
President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions, and with 12 minutes of debate equally divided on the Kennedy Amendment, number 2772, between Senators Kennedy, Welch, and Scott of South Carolina. Duckworth, motion to commit. Schiff, motion to commit. Kennedy, number 2772. Also Brooks, motion to commit. Kelly, motion to commit. Murphy, motion to commit. King, motion to commit. Padilla, motion to commit. Bennett, motion to commit. And Collins, number 2812.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
The senator from Illinois.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on
I ask that the
Agriculture.
further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, when House Republicans confronted concerns that H.R. 1 would threaten SNAP benefits of veterans, the Republican chairman of the House Agriculture Committee finally claimed our veterans are exempt from the SNAP work requirement, which is the law, and we are not changing it. Well, he spoke too soon, because without a hearing, without notice and certainty, without good cause, Senate Republicans literally stripped away the very protection that House Republicans cited when arguing that veterans would not be harmed by this ugly bill. Senate Republicans are abandoning veterans, the homeless, former foster youth, and also parents with children above the age of 13, because we all know teenagers don't have big appetites. To be beaten down with complex paperwork and confusing bureaucracy that has nothing to do with helping struggling Americans find work, and rather is simply a cynical scheme to discourage those who serve our nation in uniform from receiving the safety net support they're eligible for under the law.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from Illinois. The agriculture title of the bill empowers individuals to pursue work, education, training, and volunteer opportunities, equipping SNAP recipients to eventually transition off the program through real growth in their income. It's reasonable to expect SNAP recipients who can work to do so, including parents of school-age children who can work while their children are at school. Any individual who is physically or mentally unfit for employment continues to be exempt from the work requirement. This motion would jeopardize the ability for the Senate to meet its reconciliation instructions and deliver the President's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. I got you. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Thank you.
Yeah, it's right there in the, what do you call it?
Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Thank you. Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Thank you. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Thank you. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida. Thank you. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Cassidy. Senators voting in the negative: I will, just a second. Yep. Ms. Warren, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillerson, Young. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Barrasso? No. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Hoven? No. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker? Aye. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mr. Warner? Aye. Mr. Tuberville? No. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cruz? No. Mrs. Capito? No. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Markey? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Curtis? No. Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Warnock, aye.
Thank you. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from California.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from California, Mr. Schiff, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition,
Ask
and
that further
Forestry.
reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, my motion is simple. It will prevent families with kids under 12 from losing food assistance under the bill. It's bad enough we're borrowing money, trillions of dollars from our kids and grandkids to pay for tax cuts for rich people, but it is worse still that we leave families hungry today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from California. The agricultural title of this bill takes a practical approach to improve SNAP by reducing waste, enhancing accountability, and encouraging recipients to move towards self-reliance through work and training. SNAP spending has nearly doubled since 2018, putting this vital program on an unsustainable path wrought with mismanagement and waste. SNAP is long overdue for change. This program has devolved into viewing success as enrolling more individuals to be dependent on government assistance. This motion would jeopardize the ability for the Senate to meet its reconciliation instructions and deliver the President's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Spending my time feeding hungry kids is not waste. And if we have to send this bill back to committee to fix it and bring it back so kids can get fed, we should do it. This bill is going to take lunches out of school cafeterias. It's going to mean hungry families. You can't pick a number like $200 billion out of thin air and say you can take that money for tax cuts and not leave a lot of American kids hungry. I urge an aye vote.
The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Smith, aye.